going to see how much we can make here on a Friday evening. It's about 5:50. I'm going to update you on how that progress is going. Anyway, welcome to the channel. Welcome to A Side of Hustle. The goal of this channel is to move 10,000 people from stupidly broken to fully free in soul, heart, mind, strength, and wallet. And so I'm glad to be with you here tonight. Please, as you come in, please make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. That way you'll be notified the next time that we go live. All right, so updates on all sorts of things here. We are ready to go. How's it going, Kaylee? Good evening to you. I just picked up my first large catering order of the evening. This is a $24 plus, and I got to go 10 miles. So that's what we just did. The reason I didn't start the stream when I did is because I knew I was going to probably have to wait at the restaurant, which I did. And so I knew that it was probably going to be a slower sort of restaurant. So anyway, we got it picked up. We are on our way. We've got about 20 minutes to drive here. This is going to center us back towards the central to south part of town. So a good place to hopefully quickly get another order. We had to wait a while though. So I was live by like 5:10, and it took 20 minutes, 25 minutes to get a large catering order tonight. Did you have the baby, Kaylee? Congratulations, if you did. Good evening to you, Kevin. Hope you are doing well. So, we are driving to get this dropped off, and that's from Tap 42, one of our local restaurants. And like I said, they're usually a little bit slow with the orders, but thankfully they weren't super backed up. I've had to wait there 15, 20 minutes before, and it's always hard. Oh, April. Okay, gotcha. Well, hello to baby coming in April. April is a good birth month because it's my birth month. So we like April babies here for sure. But hello to you and to baby, Kaylee. So hope you're having a great Friday. Are you out? Are you working tonight, Kaylee? So anyway, we've got this. This is, so during the day today, orders were pretty slow. I think I knocked out about $100, 105, something like that is what I knocked out during the day. Nowhere near as good as yesterday when I did like 150 in less time. So yesterday was really good. Today was slow for a Friday, which is kind of surprising. Vitalik, how's it going? But at least we're going to start off with a good order. I mean, no matter what this is, it's going to be at least a $25 hour because it's 24.92 plus or something like that. I forget exactly what it was. So even if there's not a lot more tip on this, now we've been noticing more and more with DoorDash on these longer orders. DoorDash has been bumping the base pay, which has been making this additionally even, it's been making some of these orders that maybe I would normally pass on a little bit better. And I don't mind the mileage as long as I'm compensated for it. So like yesterday we had an order that we had to go like, what was it, 15 miles or something, and then but DoorDash ended up paying us $15 base pay. So I've always been a proponent of if these apps just offered $1 per mile base pay and then customer tips were on top of that, then you could, at that point, you could just not show customer tips till after delivery, kind of like what Ship does, and everything would be good. So anyway, I am all for this. I just wish they wouldn't limit it to just these 10 mile, 15 mile runs. I wish a 7, you know, if it was, you know, if you just knew you were going to get paid $1 a mile regardless of customer tip, especially like in the boring slow times, I think I would stay busy pretty much all day. And but I've seen some progress in DoorDash over the last month or so. They've made some good steps that are driver friendly. They made some other steps that I'm still evaluating, and so we can talk more about that here tonight as well. But yeah, it's a Friday night, so we're just going to be hunting those large catering orders. So this is the first one. I'll show you the final total whenever we drop it off here. I'm pretty familiar with this drop-off area. It's going to be right near a Papa John's, and it's going to only be a couple miles from downtown. I've been noticing large catering orders have been about 5 miles. It's been about a 5-mile radius. So as long as you're within 5 miles of the restaurant, then they're hitting you with large catering orders within that range. Now, I can't tell you that if you're closer that you wouldn't have better choice, but I've been choosing to set up, instead of sitting at one particular favorite restaurant, I try to sit where I'm in the range of the most possible restaurants that could have large catering orders. The Canadian Cannon, King Tong. Yep. Yes. Jonah Tong is pitching for the Mets tonight. We will talk some Mets later tonight. I'm not going to do a separate baseball stream tonight. We're just going to keep this stream going for a little bit until I get tired. But yeah, we will talk Mets. And we can talk Mets now as well. But I will be listening to the game while I'm delivering this evening. I'm hoping to stay busy till the end of the Mets game. Like, I'm hoping that it's a good old-fashioned Friday night where people are ordering food till 11 o'clock or midnight. Like, I'm ready to rock and roll. It's a holiday weekend, so maybe we get a little bit of a bump. I mean, I had a fair amount of Instacart shopping this week, and I'm hoping that that's going to be good, tomorrow and Sunday, and maybe even later tonight. Maybe we'll catch some late Instacart batches as well. I'm just hoping, since I got a Mets game that's going to be on tonight in about an hour, listen to the Mets game, hang out with you guys, make some money, talk life, all these sorts of things. So I'm hoping that would work. So appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Make sure you guys hit that like, hit that subscribe. We're on the way to 2,000 subscribers. 2,000. I posted my latest update in my ongoing eBay series today as I'm trying to revitalize my eBay store. I'm trying to slowly migrate. I had goals of doing this by like April, and it just didn't happen. And I had to reboot and reset, and now I'm trying to do it in a very systematic way right now, of doing that and just being like, okay, let's figure out how to really do this. And so I'm trying to reboot my old eBay store. So make sure you guys are like subscribing, following. I need to create a playlist on that so people can go back to the very beginning. But we had some sales. I've already had one sale since that video, and it's a nice sale. It's like a $50 sale. Sold an old drill and some drill bits for like $50. And so I'm very excited about that. It's a great way to kick off the holiday weekend. And again, it is Labor Day, so I always love Labor Day. It's the day that we celebrate how hard we work by not working hard. So, but I'll be out on Labor Day. I'll be doing some work. I'm going to be out all weekend. I'm putting in buku hours this weekend. So, yes, New York Mets play tonight, Kaylee. We're bringing some of the sports streams back onto this channel for now, since I was not able to get the sports channel monetized in time, and so I put the sports channel on hold for now, and I'm just going to continue to we're going to do the sports streams back over on here, like the football streams and stuff. So anyway, that is a plan going forward. We'll probably I haven't even looked at the college football schedule. We probably will do a separate college football stream sometime tomorrow. See if the Hurricanes, I don't even know when the Hurricanes are playing. This is the first week back to school, and it's been chaos. So I'm actually kind of looking forward to a Saturday where I'm just out delivering and driving in quiet and on my own schedule. So, and hopefully nice and busy as well. Hopefully it'll be a very good. So I was hoping, I started the sports channel in January, boom. And by the way, I love the name, the Boom Mic. Very funny, very, very funny. Anyway, I started the sports channel back in January, and my goal was to get it monetized. Yeah, the Metropolitans was the sports channel. My goal was to get it monetized by the All-Star break, and it just didn't happen. And when I was doing an evaluation of where we were at financially, I just made a determination. I just can't put any time into things that are not making me money right now. We've been teetering on the edge of making just enough money for a really long time. Like, I'm done with that. So my income strategy is today money, tomorrow money, and next year money. That's my breakdown. So my today money is my food and gig delivery. In other words, the money I'm out making tonight, that is money that is to pay bills. So we're trying to get the rest of the money we need for rent here. Rent is due on Monday or Tuesday, whatever day. I'm not sure, whatever the first is. I guess it'd be Monday. So like that's today money. I'm money to pay the bills today. That's food and gig delivery. Okay, my tomorrow money, which is ideally want to get ahead to start paying bills for future months. That's what the eBay store is, but that's going to take a little while. It's making and it's generating money, but it also needs to keep feeding it. So I'm trying to have an eBay store where it's paying for itself. So every time I sell one good item, or one item, I can go out and buy 2 good items to replace it. And so we're trying to grow the eBay store. I'm chronicling, I think that's the right word. I'm chronicling that on this channel, the whole journey of rebooting an eBay store from scratch. Eventually I want to get it big enough that it can support itself, and then I'll probably do the same thing of slowly rebooting my Amazon store, just cash only as well. So the only money I am allowing myself to spend on my eBay store is either money that comes from the items that were in the eBay store, which can be personal stuff, but it can only come from that, or actual cash. So like cash tips. Cash tips can go to buying eBay inventory, because I don't ever plan on cash tips when I'm doing a delivery. That counts separate to me. By the way, we're like 2.5 miles out. And then the next year money, that's YouTube. So YouTube, I make about $1 a day on YouTube right now in ad revenue, which is higher than what it was when I started. And I would love for YouTube to be a fully, financially sustaining thing. But I have made a commitment that I'm not putting any more money into YouTube. Like, I was paying for some subscriptions and stuff, so I've canceled kind of all the subscriptions related to that. And we're just gonna do YouTube absolutely, like as it is. We're doing everything free. Everything I do on YouTube now, I'm doing without paying for any of it. And so now that with that, of course, we're, always open to people who want to become members of the channel, super chats and all those things. We're always appreciative of those. And then like our first financial goal outside of just paying the bills and stuff is to get a second car for the family. And that's where the money that's coming in from YouTube right now, that's where that's going towards, is getting a second family car. Because right now we just have 1 car. So like all weekend while I'm going to be out delivering, my wife and kids are going to be stuck at home because we don't have 2 cars. So my goal, I've set a goal. I don't know if it's going to be achievable or not, but we're going to try to have I want to try to get a second car by, well, my goal is November. So I'll just say November. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull it off or not, but we're going to do our best to try to get a second car by November. And again, it's going to be a beater, but maybe it'll have a few less miles than this beater. We'll see. We'll see how that plays out. But anyway, so the today money, the tomorrow money, the next year money, that's the breakdown of those 3 things. Oops, somebody decided they did not want to be in the turn lane. They wanted to cut me off instead. Sam, how's it going? New house is good. So we are gonna, well, I mean, the place is up for sale, so it's kind of always a little bit like a, 2 month, not quite month to month, like 2 months by 2 months sort of thing. But we're going to take advantage of using it as best as we can for now. And but we're enjoying the space. So somebody ran into a pole. Fun stuff. Never know what you're going to see when you're out delivering. Other than bad drivers, you're always going to see bad drivers. All right, we are almost here. We're a mile out. After we drop off and I get a couple blocks away from the house, I'll turn the camera around, but I'm gonna leave it here because I'm gonna show you guys what we're gonna get for this order. This is our first delivery. This was $24 plus for 10 miles. I don't know, like I had good ones yesterday. I had a 60 and a 40 and a 30 on DoorDash yesterday. The 60 and the 40, the 60 was a plus. I think they both were like 20 plus the 60 and the 40, so there's always chances it could be good. You bought a brand new Kia Soul. Awesome. Do you like it? I've always been a little skeptical on Kias in general, just because it seems like so many of the bad drivers around here are Kia drivers. Not saying that you're a bad driver though, Caitlin. But do you like the vehicle? Do you like how it rides? And we need to get I don't even care like if it's super nice. Just gotta have working air conditioning and not have like a lot of problems. Gonna have lots and lots of miles on it, but we just need like an SUV that's got lots of trunk space, ideally a 3rd row so our kids can spread out a little bit. They're just growing. They're growing like crazy, and they don't fit in the back of the Pontiac Vibe like they used to. So, speed bump. so we are in this little neighborhood here. We're going to drop this order off. So we're rocking and rolling here on a Friday night. You guys can put a guess. It was like $24 and change plus from a high-end restaurant going to not a high-end neighborhood, but a quiet, secluded neighborhood with yards. Not an HOA, not an apartment complex. I can tell you what's on the order here too. So I gotta switch over there anyway. Oh, I guess it's not gonna show me. I don't know. It doesn't show you the order from this page anymore. There's like 5 things, but we know it's over $100 order. So you guys put your guess. All right. I'm glad that you love it, Kaylee. That is good. Because the last thing you want to do is be stuck with a car that you don't really like. Oh yeah, there's some pretty nice houses back here. I've delivered to that one that we just drove by. Let's see. Just gotta find. Where is it? Not that one. Looks like maybe 2 more driveways. I don't know if I've ever been this far back on this road. Man, this is kind of nice back here. You would not know that you're kind of in pretty centralized part of town over here. I'm sure these people are happy that they got these large lots when they did. Oh, nope, that's not it. All right, we passed it. We got to turn around. DoorDash is like, no, it's here. Like, no, it's not there. It is, you are not correct, DoorDash. Go figure. The DoorDash maps are not correct. Kissy, how's it going? Well, this is my first order of the night for supper time. So $24 plus for 10 miles. We're just trying to find the actual house here, so it's got to be this one. I just don't see. Is that it? That is it. It's kind of tucked in the bushes. Block him. Which way are you going, Mr. Mercedes man? All right, hold on. I'll be right back with you guys. Good evening. How are you doing today? Got it. I think it was, so I think what I was shown was $24.25 and total $24.50. So funny. We're gonna hide the tip. They do it. It's just a mind game. That's all they're doing it for. All right, but good news. We have not even left the driveway yet. We're still in this customer's driveway. It's $11.75 plus for 5 miles. Large catering order. That's 2 in a row. I'm liking this. All right, I'll tell you what's on this order. A broiled seafood combo and 2 grilled ribeyes. So there we go. Back-to-back large catering orders. We like that. I know exactly where this place is. I love the name of this restaurant. Spanky's Speakeasy. That's where we're going. Now, they tend to be a little bit slow. I'm just going to give you guys all the warning right up front. Spanky's Speakeasy tends to be a little bit slow. Not as slow as Tap 42, but I think only one time that I went in there did they actually have the order ready when I walked in. However, I am absolutely loving getting hit with one large catering order right after. I mean, I was literally still in his driveway and they hit me with another one right away. So I have been back on Platinum here, and since we got to it, it's been good. It's really hard to get there. It's a lot. Being on Platinum under this new point system, I think, is easier to maintain it than it is to achieve it in the first place. You just got to follow a couple of the basic rules. Like one have like basic customer service, so you can keep your customer service rating. at perfect or almost perfect. You can get 1-star and you still be good. But once you're platinum, they'll remove up to 2 negative ratings a week, so it's kind of nice. So as long as you're not an idiot more than twice a week, and I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not an idiot more than twice a week, but as long as customers don't call you on being an idiot more than twice a week, then that works out pretty well. Okay, so that's part of it, the customer rating. Okay, then the next part of it is just not canceling things. You know, once you commit to taking orders. So again, once you get there, it's a lot easier because I'm platinum, I can cherry pick anything I want. I don't have to worry about my acceptance rate. I'll explain that in a second. So it's like, okay, I don't have to take any order I don't want. And then the only orders I ever end up canceling are ones where the restaurant takes a really long time, and then they give you the worry-free unassigned. And I would use the worry-free unassigned a lot more when I took bad orders, but now that I'm only taking good to better orders, I really don't want to unassign. I'll just wait for the order. If I know it's $20 plus and it could be $60, I'm gonna wait for it. I mean, that's the one benefit that DoorDash gets out of me by using that plus is like, well, hey, there's a chance it could be more than whatever they said, even if it was only a quarter more. Yes, back-to-back plus orders. I love it. So it took a little bit of a slow start, but now we're good. And like I said, we were like 3 miles from this restaurant. So this 5-mile radius that it gives you is really kind of nice. I'm actually going to sit down at some point with a map and actually do a little bit of math, or I'll actually drive it out, because I want to see how far away from like the downtown restaurants I can get and the north end restaurants. I wonder if there's a central point in my town where I basically could have access to almost everything. You know, I don't think it's much more than a 10-mile drive from the south end of town to the end of town. What I don't know though is what is the actual geographical center of my town. So if I could be in a place that is 5 miles north of the most southern place that I like to deliver from, and 5 miles south from the most northern place I like to deliver from, that's the place that you just want to set up and then just take all of it. Here, I'll show you guys this really quick. We passed this before, but there's a lady over there. She crashed into a pole. All right, we'll give you guys some Florida skies here, at least for a little bit. Some clouds on the horizon. We had some thunderstorms this morning. I saw a couple guys like really not like super close, but like the thunder was loud enough to like scare them. It's like almost instantaneous with the lightning, and saw a couple guys jump in the parking lot. How's it going, Jaeger? We're rock and rolling. We are on large catering order number 2. Our first one was $24.25 plus. Turned out to be $24.50 because DoorDash got to play games. This one, I forget what it was exactly. It's like $12 plus, 12 and change plus, but it's like 5 or 6 miles, and 3 of the miles were just driving to the restaurant. So we're good with that. We're going to pick up 2 ribeyes and a broiled seafood combo from Spanky's Speakeasy. Spanky's. It says I have to go all the way over there. I can't imagine that I have to go all the way over there. I really don't want to. The way that this is taking me says, I think there's a light though. Is it really not a light? No, there's got to be a light. For those of you who use Waze, have you noticed like more mistakes on Waze recently? Like Waze used to be like super good, but my goodness, I've had multiple issues with Waze. There's Spanky. There he is with the little hat. There's Spanky. Everybody say hi to Spanky. All right. They got some like old, you'll see like vintage gas signs and stuff. So this is like, I don't know, think like Little Rascals era. And not like the remake from the 80s or 90s, but like the original stuff. The old Sinclair gas station sign right in front of me, Quaker State. So, and then, what is that? Those are old, like, I don't know if those are train lights or stop lights, like the old school sort of thing. All right, well, we're here. I'm going to just see. Hopefully it's just going to be ready really quick. So I will be back with you guys shortly while you guys look at the red light. All right, we got it. Ooh. 2 big bags. Catering bags getting a workout here tonight. Confirm our pickup. We're rocking and rolling. We're gonna head back towards the north end of town. Just go zigzag back and forth. But that's what we love doing. Because as long as we're going north and south, I can really smell the seafood boil. It smells really good. As long as we're going north to south, then we're almost always going to be in a good pickup or delivery zone. When we start going, east? When we start driving east, that's when we start driving away from good stuff. So, north to south, good. East and west, generally bad. Man, I can barely see that light. It's like so sunny. But I think I can tell that the red light is red. You guys let me know. Can you tell? Does that red light look red to you? It's so washed out because the sun's right behind. I mean, there's cars coming from the other direction, so obviously it's red, but this is one of those times you can't like take your eye off the light at all. You got to be watching for both the traffic to stop and the color to change, even if it only changes just a little tiny bit. That's so hard. Let me know. I can't even look at the phone right now, guys. Let me know. Can you tell if that light is red or green? Because I can't. I can barely tell. And the light that you guys are looking at, I really can't tell. Oh, so the shadows change a little. I think I can see a little bit now that red is lit up. But you guys let me know. It's just so bright coming from behind us. Apparently it's also the longest red light ever. So we only have to go like 2.5 miles here, but we're just stuck at this light. As you can see, the cars keep driving by. Oh, okay, now when it went green, I could tell that. Oh, let me know if you guys can see all that or not. So this is like $12 plus. We only got like 2.5 miles to go. Okay, this is actually the community right next to my community. So I'll be very close to home. I need a gate code. They left it, good, we got a gate code. I'm to the point where I know almost every neighborhood that either has or doesn't have either a gate code or a gate card. I would say maybe once a month I go to an area that I've never seen before, but it's pretty rare now. Usually I'll go further into a neighborhood than what I've been, like we just did with that last drop off. But for the most part, most of the places, especially if it's anywhere near downtown, I've been in them at one time or another. All right, we're going to turn the phone around for this part, just as we get a little closer to the customer's address. All right, so this delivery is from Spanky's Speakeasy. It's a fish broil and a couple of ribeyes. We had to wait a little bit, but not too bad. Oh, a pin is required. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Y'all know what that means, right? And the pin is required. Every once in a while, people be like, why do I have to type in a pin? I never have had to do that in the past. I'm like, I'm not going to answer that question with the real answer. So I always just say something like, "Oh, DoorDash is always trying different things, see what works for different customers. If you don't like it, just let them know." But we know the real reason. We know the real reason why customers have to put a pin in. Doesn't mean that they're stealing food, but it does mean they've reported not getting their food a lot of times. Or I also wonder sometimes if it's just the driver, but I hope not, because I have to collect pins on a semi-regular basis. So I hope it's not driver related. But they don't trust me. All right. I've delivered in here. I remember one time delivering in this community, and they're not like huge apartments, but they're apartments with stairs and no elevators. And I remember like I had a huge order of water that had to come here. It's all I ever remember about this community. I remember that night I was just so angry, upset, frustrated at whatever I was angry, upset, or frustrated about. Like I remember doing it, I was just like muttering things under my breath. I did not have a servant's heart that day. Also, I don't do too many big water orders anymore either. Unless it's a hurricane. Then I'll get my sweat on if there's a hurricane coming. Alright, we didn't even have to type in the gate code because the gate was wide open. So far be it for me to type in a gate code if the gate's open. I'm not wasting my time on that. I'm gonna miss the fishy smell. Alright, so we'll be like, I said this the last time, but we'll be about 2 miles away from where I'd like to be, but we literally got a catering order as soon as we dropped that last one off. And we'll let you know. This is like $12 and change plus for 4 or 5 miles. In all, it's only going to take us, I think we dropped off that last one at like 6:11. So even with the delay at the restaurant, it's only 20 minutes. And it's going to put us at about, we're going to be 38 minutes into the stream, and we're going to be at $36. Now, technically, I had accepted that previous order before the stream, but it was still an hour in. We're going to be at least $36 for our first hour of delivering tonight. So, if you just call it, say 5:30, even though I didn't take that. I took the order after 5:30. I know that. But I think I took it around 5:35. But we'll just say 5:30 for simplicity's sake. And we waited, and we waited, and we waited, and we still got 2 catering orders, large catering orders done within that hour. Next one here. Room in the driveway. No, barely. Alright, I'll be right back with you guys. Good evening, how are you doing? Hey yo, what a great order that was. Let me get out of their driveway. It was better than the last one. Big game hunting tonight. Let me get out of their driveway. Had a little conversation. They're like, we're so glad that this restaurant moved from Uber Eats to DoorDash. Tay, how's it going? $56.50 is the total for the 2 orders. So down the bottom, I don't know if you guys can see that down the bottom. $32, $2 base pay, $30 tip on that, guys. So we're at $56.50 for our first hour. That's a $50 hour. It's been so long. I miss you. $50 an hour. All right, let's go. We're just getting started. It's only 6:30 on a Friday night. It was a slow day, so I need to make up for it. Well, that puts me at about 150. I really would like to be at 250, so I'd really like to find another $100 between now and, say, midnight or 1 a.m. Preferably midnight or 11. Like, the sooner the better. I don't really want to be out that late. I'm just waiting, like, someday, so one of these times, Grubhub's just going to throw up a massive order. I would say, every 2 or 3 months, Grubhub throws up something crazy, like $40 plus. It's not often, but I always keep it running just in case. All right. So we're going to work from where we are and get kind of back downtown. We're probably a couple miles away. From being close to good restaurants. But again, with this large catering, we got about a 5-mile radius, and we're definitely within 5 miles of some good potential large catering type of restaurants. So we are putting the work in here tonight. We're at $56.50 in our first hour. So I started the stream after I picked up my first order. So we're going to say 5:30 is the start time. So from 5:30 to 6:30, we did 2 orders. What do we got? Little Caesars? That's not going to be anything good. Pass on that. No Little Caesars. I mean, I have had some good orders from Little Caesars. 99.9% of the time, Little Caesars is an auto decline. What is a restaurant that if you see them pop up, you almost know for certain it's not going to be a good order? What do you guys got in your markets? When this restaurant pops up, not that you won't take it if it's good, but you can be almost certain it's going to be a bad order. I would say Little Caesars is in that. I would also say Subway, 99.9% of the time is in that. Let's see, I'm trying to think of what other places, like, you just see it, you're going to look at it because it's what you're supposed to do, but I don't know, Little Caesars and Subway are 2 that come to mind right away. Nope, $7 for 7 miles, decline that. Big game hunting. We're looking for those Platinum Plus orders. Let's go. I took dinky orders earlier in the day, DoorDash. Now it's time for you to pay me. We tell DoorDash what to do. When it's slow, we'll do what DoorDash wants us to do. But when it's busy, when it's a Friday night, we tell DoorDash what we want to do. Oh, it's a Target shop. I'm not shopping at Target for $9. You can put a Platinum logo on that all you want. That is totally not. Just parking in the Target parking lot, running through the whole store to find all the random stuff if it's not just groceries. Then getting out all that together. That's easily 20 minutes. Our Target parking lot's a mess. We want something big. Let's go. Let's go, DoorDash. We ain't got time for this. We got dust on our Bibles, brand new iPhones. No wonder why we feel this way. So we are going to be talking New York Mets baseball here in a little bit too. I'm not doing a separate stream tonight. Didn't have time to get that set up. We went out for ice cream after school. The kids finished their first week of school this week, so we went out for ice cream after school. That was my supper. It's always a good day when you have ice cream for supper. Actually, it was technically Italian ice and custard. For those of you who are familiar with Rita's Italian ice, we went there. So my dad gave a gift for the family, but because my son made All-Stars to go out for ice cream, so we saved it for today. Even though baseball all-star season is over, we finally went out and did it today. We don't have, that's $4 for 3 miles. That's a pass on DoorDash. We don't have a lot of expendable income right now, but so if we get treated to something, we try to spread it out. And it had been a while since we had done something. Whoa! Spanky Speakeasy! A customer added a $5 tip. Woot woot! We are over $60 in our first hour, guys. See, I had a 30-second pleasant conversation at drop-off, and it earned us an extra $5. So, hype up in the chat for the add-on, the $5 add-on. It just came through. How cool is that? So now we're at $61.50. We could take the next hour off. We're not planning on doing this, but we could take the next hour off, go take a nap for an hour, and still be at $25 an hour. We'd still be at $30 an hour. But let's not do that. Let's go big. Ooh, we're getting close. It's still not quite there. $10 for 6 miles from Chick-fil-A, but no plus. No. We want big. Big. Because while I'm taking that, you're giving a $60 order to some other schmo who's like silver, bronze, or whatever. No. You're not stealing the big orders from me, DoorDash. I know your games. I know how you play, DoorDash. And like we white kids used to say back in the days, trying to be cool, homie, don't play that. Sorry, I'm just entertaining myself. If you're sick of me talking, then hang out and chat and say something to get me talking about something else. Because otherwise, I'm going to have fun for me. This is what goes on in my head all day when I'm not streaming. It's really no different. It's just completely unfiltered chaos inside my head. But I'm having fun. We're rocking and rolling out here, showing you guys how to make money with these. Be picky. Ooh, that's close. $20 for 7 miles shop. But the drop-off location is bad, and the shopping location is also bad. It's Ulta Beauty, and I know I hate to disappoint you, but I really don't know anything about beauty. I know you're all shocked. I know you're weeping to discover this fact, but now I got a connection at Sephora's that there's a couple of people there who have taken good care of me, and basically I just show the list. Sometimes I even hand them my phone and they go shopping for me. Fresh Market, I like Fresh Market normally, but not right now. Not $6 for 5 miles. No. Big, large catering order. Send it. Full send. Let's go, DoorDash. I'm bored. I haven't delivered an order for like 5 minutes. Give me something. Everybody. We're going to head back to the direction where this all started because there's a little bit of shade and my car is still a little bit warm, which is the Crust Pizza. That's where we got our first large catering order from. $14 for 10 Mile, California Pizza Kitchen. Again, decent. If I were not platinum, I'd probably take that. Those orders you take maybe to get to platinum. But once you're here on a Friday, or if it was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I might take it. We're right here, right now. No. I want big blue, platinum blue order with a big plus sign, large catering order. I want the good stuff. I can afford to be patient now because we're at least at 60. $61.50 for our first hour of deliveries tonight. I need more. Oh, order for $4. Come on, DoorDash. What you doing, bro? And if you're chatting, I apologize. But if no one's chatting, this is what you get. This is what you get. Give me that real thing. I want the 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 real thing. Alright. Well, that was a fruitless trip so far. All right, but now, from this point forward, we're in the zone where we can tend to find a higher chance of finding big orders. Now, I've been also thinking about this. I might make a video on this. I think I was talking about this a little bit last night, which is I'm calling it the sprinkler effect. Okay? So here's the sprinkler effect when it comes to, I don't think it's just food and gig delivery either. I think it comes to a lot of algorithms, because there's no such thing as truly random when it comes to these algorithms, because they're still all programmed by humans. And so it appears that it's like a sprinkler that's going in a circle around the garden. It appears at certain times the sprinkler just hits you more, and then another time the sprinkler doesn't hit you at all. So yesterday at lunchtime, the sprinkler just hit us huge. We got a $60, it was a true catering order from Chipotle that went to a bank, and then a $40 order. I did $100 in an hour yesterday at lunch. And then I did $120 rest. Lunchtime yesterday, the sprinkler was hitting me. Well, the first two orders tonight, the sprinkler kind of hit me, right? We got $61 in an hour. That's really good, but then it's kind of almost like, okay, is the sprinkler just going to move on to somebody else right now? Because it also ties in my head that I think there is some throttling that's built in to these apps, which is, hey, now the throttling may not always be day by day, it might be week by week, it could be a 24-hour period. There are certain things you can do to overcome the throttling, of course. But if you're really trying to cherry pick and hold out for the best of the best, I do think they will kind of throttle you at least a little bit and say, okay, look, we just gave you 2 big orders in a row. We're going to send you some other ones to kind of keep you busy if you want them. But if you don't, you're going to have to wait a while for the sprinkler to come back around and hit you. But for now, we're going to kind of pull back a little bit. However, I do think you can overcome it. I think you can overcome the throttling a little bit by moving. I think that overcomes the throttle, because every time you move and enter into a new zone, you kind of wake up the algorithm, right? It realizes oh, hold on, we have a new driver. In this case, DoorDash would be saying, oh, there's a new platinum driver that just moved into this zone. He's going to jump priority of a bunch of other drivers. And sometimes I think when you do that, it'll send you an offer before it realizes, oh wait, we just sent him a couple of really good ones in a row. This is all completely theoretical, and maybe it's all in my head. It is completely possible. But I've been trying to piece together, just from an experiential perspective, because obviously we don't have any access to the back end code of any of this stuff. But from an experiential perspective, I really think it's possible that it works something along the lines of the sprinkler effect. It just goes around and around and around, and it's going to hit you at some times, but not at all times. So when it's your turn to be in the sprinkler, you want to take advantage of it as much as you possibly can. All right, it's only 6:45, but we have gone almost 15 minutes without an order. We're going to set up in this new place. This is our north end zone, and there's also lots and lots of shade over here, which is good. We like shade. I'm going to cool off the car for 5 minutes, and then hopefully we won't have any warm car problems for a while, for the rest of the night. All right, well, I appreciate you guys hanging out. We're also going to be talking New York Mets baseball here soon. That game starts probably around 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. So appreciate everybody hanging out. Make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. We're on the journey to 2,000. We're 65 away. 65 away at 1935. So 65 subscribers away from 2,000. And then we just have to do that 100 more times and we'll be at 200,000. Then we just do that 10 more times and we'll be at 2 million. And then I can probably make a full-time income off of YouTube at that point in time. So appreciate y'all support. learn how to talk some good old Southern. All right, so we're gonna sit here. We're gonna make sure all the good apps are on. We're primarily looking DoorDash here, though. Not gonna lie. And the plan is we're gonna go here, and then if we get nothing here, and I would say about 5 minutes, then we'll either go a little further north and across the street, something like that, and go there for about 5 minutes. And then if still nothing, then we're gonna maybe start repositioning to the central or southern part of town. But usually I can stay north till, some nights I can stay north as far late as about 8 o'clock before a lot of these places start slowing down. So it depends. Like I said, we got like nothing from 5 to 5:30, 5:35, nothing. And then 5:35 to 6:30, we made $61. And then since then, nothing. So again, is this a sprinkler that's going around? And now it's sprinkling other people who haven't gotten big orders, other Platinum Dashers. But then once everybody gets their serving, okay, then us, I don't know. I can't prove it, but it certainly feels that way. So, and I think it actually kind of potentially works the same way. Yeah, there's $4 for 6 miles. I think it potentially works the same way for stuff like eBay too. But we shall see. Well, I'm staying out till 200 almost certainly tonight, but I would love to just stay busy the whole night and stay out till 250 or something like that. And I am going to give it my all tomorrow for a $300 day. I don't know if it's possible yet. It might be too early, but it is like the first full Saturday of college football. In fact, speaking of college football, let's check that up and see. Does Miami play tomorrow? No, Miami plays Sunday. Oh, Sunday night. It's Miami Notre Dame. Ooh, I wish I could watch that game. Watch it. Not gonna be able to watch it. At least not the beginning, but maybe at the very end I'll hop into my in-laws to watch the game. Number 10 Miami hosts Notre Dame. That's Sunday night. So we might not do a separate college football stream. What's the big games? LSU at Clemson. Number 9 LSU, number 4 Clemson is a big game tomorrow. What time is that? That's the night games. So 7:30. Oh, Texas Ohio State. Oh, that's okay. We might have to do that game. Texas Ohio State at noon tomorrow, which is perfect. It's going to be like right at lunchtime when we're hopefully running some good lunch orders. But that's my hope. Is it's Labor Day weekend. It's first full weekend of college football. Yes, there have been some games, but this is like when guys are like, they're going to get all their chores done by like 10 or 11 o'clock, turn on College Game Day, and sit and watch football from, say, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. That's what I used to do when I had a life, which is kind of funny because I think my life is still more fulfilling now than it was then. But anyway. All right, we're going to move here in a minute or two if we don't see any orders. I've got a low tolerance. There's got to be good orders out there. We've already seen 2 of them. There's got to be more. Oh, by the way, just because I didn't show that so you guys can see. Customer added a $5 tip on a past Spanky Speakeasy order. Keep up the great work. I will do that. I will keep up the great work. Just keep sending me great orders. Oh, large catering, but not good enough for me. It's a slow restaurant. So it's 14 for 6. That's a bad drop off. So remember, we want north and south, right? So we gotta be thinking north and south. That's taking us east. So it's a bad drop off. It's a slow restaurant. It's bad parking, and it's honestly like, it's not a horrible order, but I'm being picky. I can be picky. I made $61 an hour. I can be picky, at least for a little bit. All right, but since they sent us one good one, I'll give them like 2 more minutes. I kind of judge it by what they're sending. If they're not sending anything, then it's time to move on. But they just sent, that's a decent order. And I know a lot of you guys would take that in your market. And I would, depending on the time of day, I would take that. If it was lunch, I'd probably take that. But Friday night, even supper on some other nights, I might take that. But yeah, same thing. This is almost the same style order, and it's almost the same reasons. I don't know why I keep doing almost the same exact reasons. See how we're going east? Yes, it is north, but it's not true north-south. It's mostly east. It's a bad drop-off. So it's 14 for 7. It's from that same shopping center. It's bad parking. So again, we're going to be picky on that sort of stuff. Let you guys look at some shrubbery instead of me. All right. But that's still 2, right? So maybe this spotlight is, this sprinkler is coming around. Yeah. See, very similar in style. All these are, again, I would not fault you if you took any of these orders. I'm not calling them bad. I'm just saying where that drop-off location is rough. This one's maybe slightly better, but that's a super slow restaurant, and there's just no likely promise of something more. I know some of you guys probably think I'm nuts for passing on those, but that's okay. I'm good with it. Lots of people think I'm nuts, and sometimes I'm wrong. There's always a chance that any of those are going to be the best order that we're going to see for the rest of the night. That there's a chance, there's a risk that I'm taking with this. So, but I really care a lot about drop-off location. I did one last night where I had to drive 15 miles. It was $30 for 15 miles. I had to drive 12 miles back before I got the next order. So then I'm $30 for 27 miles. It just, and again, it's not even the dollars per mile. It's the fact that it was all that time wasted where I wasn't even close to a place that could give me a decent order, most likely. And so I still took it because it was worthwhile. It got me to my goal for the day. But I care more and more about how fast the restaurant is. If it's not a fast restaurant, then I want to have some upside, which is kind of what that plus is for. And then also that the drop-off is in a good location. And good location means close to places where you have a good potential of seeing a big order. $4 for 3 miles from Chipotle. All right. Well, we're going to reposition just a little bit. All these orders that have come in slightly to our north. I don't know if that means anything, but every single one. Actually, one of them was to our south. But we're just going to move just a little bit. Farewell the crust. We will come back and visit you soon. I'm sure of it. The other problem with it, like with the crust, is a lot of my crust orders that I got last year were on Uber Eats, and right now Uber Eats is completely trashed. Yeah, they're sending a lot of shopping orders here tonight. So we're just gonna go kind of like, it's kind of kitty corner across the street over by Namba Ramen and Sushi. It's gonna push us just a little bit further north. I mean, we're talking not even a half a mile further north, but we're gonna move just a little bit, maybe centralize us a little bit more, and we'll give it 5-10 minutes over here. The sun might be low enough that we have shade, or we've definitely cooled off the car at this point. So, all right, let's see if we can have any success over here. And if this works the way it normally does, as soon as we get over here, then they'll send us a good order from the crust, which is the parking lot we just left. $10 for 8 Mile. We're going to pass on that. So we're looking for Platinum Plus orders, ideally large catering Platinum Plus. If it's a plus, we take it no matter what. But we'll see what we can find. All right, we're just waiting. And we're not going to sit here for long either. The canceled 1%. How's it going? We're out here hunting for some DoorDash orders. We've taken 2 so far. We got $61.50 in our first hour, and then we've had nothing. And it really slowed down. So I'm not sure where they are, but apparently they're not here on the north end of town. So I do think we're going to move here soon. Appreciate you hanging out. Just turning away so that way you don't have to stare at this mug the whole time. But yeah, we're going to do this. I'm pretty impatient when I feel like there's still a chance of good orders being out there, so I don't like sitting anywhere for long. I'd rather just move somewhere else. Anyway, how are you doing tonight? Yeah, rough day. Sorry to hear that. It was really slow. I was surprised for a Friday. Like yesterday was awesome. Like I had a great lunch and everything. Today was like pulling teeth. I still got $100 out of the daytime, but tonight's been only $21.50 an hour. Yeah, well, you probably beat me for the daytime. For supper shift, it's been better because I got $61.50 in my first hour, but then nothing for the next half an hour. So I said I could take an hour off and I'd still be over $30 an hour. Which is true, but I don't really want to take an hour off. So I have a daily goal of just trying to get to $200 a day. You know, and that's usually delivering from say about 7:30 to 1:30 and plus supper. That's where I'm trying to find that. So, but we'll see. I'm not sure why. I did pass on some decent ones that were like $2 a mile, but they were bad drop-offs that I thought I was going to have to probably drive most of the miles back. But when one area of town is slow, we're just going to move to the next one. So right now I'm running DoorDash. I got Instacart on. I don't pay much attention to Instacart during supper. Every once in a while they send me something worthwhile, but I got Grubhub on. I'm turning Uber Eats off because I'm only taking Uber Eats orders if I can accept all, because I'm trying to slowly build up the acceptance rate without completely killing my dollars per hour, because I just want to at least try out the gold level on Uber Eats, and I'm trying to do it in the most painless way possible. Alright, so we're going to reposition. I think next step, let's go to Outback Steakhouse. Pretty centralized part of town to give us access to some of the south stuff, plus some of this north stuff. Nice. Good luck. I mean, that's where I'm hopefully I can get to 200 before then. So I'm at like 160, 165, something like that. So I really only need like one or two more good orders to hit the 200. I have hopes that if it could push, then I'd have a shot at 300, because I'm willing to work late tonight. You know, I'm just hoping with it being Labor Day weekend that maybe there'll be some better sales. We're talking like it's full day of college football tomorrow, so I'm hoping lunch is going to be good. I'm hoping grocery is going to be good in the morning. So I would love to get to like $300 and be home by like midnight tonight. And maybe I can hit the road at 7 or 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. But I'm going to be out a lot this weekend. Yeah, it's been a lot of this. This is like another, can't show because I'm driving, $14 for 7 mile. It's technically a large catering, but we just left the place. So it'd be more like $14 for 10 mile by the time I actually got turned around. You guys tell me if there's somebody pulled over here. All sorts of fun things on the road. We saw someone who crashed into a pole earlier. Lots of fun stuff. We'll see. We're going to go. One thing I like about Outback is it does show up on Grubhub and DoorDash. It's also on Uber Eats. It's on all three. It's one of the few fast casuals around here that's on all three. We'll try that out for a little bit. See if we can find any good orders over here. Like I said, we'll park here for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. There's Outback, there's Carrabba's. There's some other high-end stuff a mile or two to the north. Yep, $7.75 for 5. So, I mean, we're seeing orders that are I'm not going to call them bad orders, but they're just not the type of orders I want to be taking on a Friday supper time. Quite a few of these orders, if it was 9 o'clock at night, we'd be taking almost all of these. 14 for 7, different things like that. But, I don't know, maybe I'm too greedy. It's possible. It is possible. hop in. There's actually another little pizza place in here too that sometimes shows up on both DoorDash and Grubhub. So since those are the two I'm running right now, we'll see what we can figure out. See if we find anything. Keep the sun behind us right now. All right. So that's what we got. I'm gonna get the Mets game on my my headphones or my earbud here. I don't even know what time the Mets game officially starts. Probably like 7:15. It just says warm up now. $6 for 8 miles. Pass on that. Whoa, so usually I can't watch these games because Mets are playing the Marlins and we're blacked out because we're in Florida. But it is allowing me to do. Down Southwest Florida, cancel 1%. Naples, Fort Myers area. Hence the palm trees. North of Pittsburgh. Okay. So you're probably in the area where like your driver Mike is, right? Isn't he in the Pittsburgh area? Nice. I do like Pittsburgh. I've been there a couple of times and always got to hit up Permanente Brothers. But I can tell you I've eaten at quite a few locations. The best one was the downtown warehouse district. That was the best, the first one I ever went to, and it was the best of all the locations I've been to. All right. All right. So Jonah Tong is making his debut for the Mets. Here we go. Here's his first pitch. All right. So first pitch by Jonah Tong's a ball. So I'll be listening to Mets while we're out here delivering food. Like I said, I'm not sitting anywhere for long. Give it a couple more minutes and I'm going to just move again. We'll head down towards Cheesecake Factory and Uncle Julio's Mexican restaurant and stuff like that next. $8 for 10 mile from Chipotle. There's 2 quick outs for the Marlins here. Jonah Tong settling in. It's really fun watching these young Mets pitchers. All right, 2 outs for the Marlins here. There's a 1-2-3 inning for Jonah Tong. All right, now it's time for the Mets bats to get to work. That was a really nice, easy, efficient inning. Man, that was fun to watch. All right, we're going to move. I'm glad that I actually got to see it. I don't know why they didn't black it out tonight, but I am not complaining. So after being absolute bonkers from 5:30 to 6:30, we might go an entire hour with absolutely nothing. Crazy how that works. All right, we don't quit though. We're moving on. Sun getting low. All right, where are those orders at, DoorDash? Let's find us some orders. That was 6 pitches for Jonah Tong in the first inning. Good friend of yours lives in St. Pete. $11 for 9 Mile. We're going to pass on that. Yeah, if you love the fishing. But that Orlando to Tampa drive, other than being wild on the roads, it's not that long of a drive. I don't know how long it is to the Tampa beaches, but still understandable. Yeah, we live right on the, not on the beach, but you know, in a beach town. And it is nice to know that it's always there for you if you need it or want it. We used to get there a lot when the kids were younger, and now life is kind of chaotic, so we just don't get there as much anymore. But someday. Someday. Okay, well that's good. Get his bass fishing in. All right, we're gonna head over towards Cheesecake Factory. That'll also put us in range of some of our restaurants downtown as well. We got to turn this tide around. It's been an hour of boring nothingness. So Lindor walks to lead off the bottom of the first for the Mets, steals second. So Mets have a runner on second, nobody out. $5 for 6 Mile Chipotle. Gonna pass on that one. Set up here for a few minutes. Like I said, I've just got a low patience tolerance when I know it should be busy. Grubhub is kind of eerily silent. Usually I don't get much from Grubhub, but I usually get a lot of offers. They're just not good. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Juan Soto. This is in our mall parking lot. There used to be a couple more restaurants over here that would be worth getting orders from, but they've closed. And there's a home run for Juan Soto. It should be, Bree. Speaking of booming, though, Mets have a 2-0 lead on a Juan Soto home run. So we had a great hour, 5:30 to 6:30. We made $61.50 on 2 deliveries. Now, I did pass on a couple of pretty good orders that maybe I shouldn't have. So maybe I'm in. You know what we're going to do? Here's what we're going to do, because I've been doing this more recently anyway. We're going to just end the dash. And then we're going to just close the app. And then we're going to start a new dash. So trust, we got 2 large catering orders tonight. So yeah, we got a 24, and then it was followed by like a 30, and then they added on $5 afterwards. So that was really good. That was 5:30 to 6:30, and then the next hour's been dead. But I mean, we're still averaging 30 an hour, even doing nothing for the last hour. But we just ended our dash, and we're going to restart our dash. We're also watching Mets baseball here, so something I'd be doing if I were home anyway. So that puts us we're at about like 165 on the day. My goal is to get to 200 every day. But I was hoping to get a little bit above and beyond, just with it being a holiday weekend. And do I ever go hunting? Not for real. So I have nothing against hunting. I've got my buddy is a big hunter, and so I like me some good venison. But I myself am not a hunter. Except when it comes to big orders on DoorDash. But it's kind of inspired by my time when I was living up in Minnesota and Wisconsin. I know their hunting season is just around the corner, like November. Deer hunting season, November, coming soon. How's it going, D-Rails? You like the start of this game? Jonah Tong looks, my goodness, just as impressive as Nolan McLean did. Of course, it's 1 inning, but got them out on 6 pitches. Juan Soto with a 2-run homer. Mets up 2-0. Yeah, like, so I've got nothing against hunting. It's just not my jive. Alonso gets a hit out to left field, so the Mets are no outs here. Runner on first, just 2-0 Mets in the bottom of the first inning with a runner on. Lindor walk, stole second. Soto hit a home run. $6 for 4 miles on DoorDash for Panera. I'm gonna pass on that. I guess not. I guess not, Rels. He's tall, I think. That was a good pitch there. 1-1 to Swaggy Marky V. I'm just this. I know last night was kind of a flop from the Mets, but I think it was like the letdown from the game before combined with like it would have been better had they had a day off yesterday. But anyway, overall I like the way this team is playing right now, which is crazy to say that with how bad they were playing like 2 weeks ago. Braves are up 1-0 on the Phillies early. Mets lost ground yesterday. The only benefit of Schwarber's 4 home runs was that it allowed me to sell my lot of Kyle Schwarber base cards. So somebody bought a bunch of. I had like a lot of like 25 Schwarber cards, so they all sold last night or this morning. Walker Buehler released by the Red Sox. So Rels, orders came in really well from 5:30 to 6:30. I had 2 big orders, did 61.50 in 1 hour, and then we've been shut out from big orders ever since. So we're sitting at Cheesecake Factory, but we might have to go. We'll have to go down to Magic Dumpster early. I don't know why it's so dead out here tonight. So Vientos walk. So the Mets still have no outs here. Let's see. No, Mazur pitched. Mazur was the pitcher for the Marlins last night. Just looked it up. All right, well, there's apparently nothing going on here. Oh, this is going down the right field line. Brandon Nimmo with a 3-run homer. My goodness. 5-0 Mets. No outs yet. That's got to feel nice for Jonah Tong. My goodness. The run support. Yuri Perez might just have to wear one tonight. I think this Mets team, they're ticked off from yesterday. That was an embarrassing performance, and they're ticked off. Oh, it's beautiful swing by Nimmo. It's so bad out here, we might actually turn on Uber Eats. How bad is it out here? We might turn on Uber Eats. I'm going to stay here in this parking lot till the end of this first inning, no matter how long it takes. And then if we don't have any orders by then, we're going to move. But I might as well enjoy this first inning. So I'm very surprised I can see this game. They're not blacking it out, so don't tell anybody. This is Marte up. Mets have 5 runs in the bottom of the first, no outs yet. It's outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Starling Marte. Marte fouls that one off. Marte foul. Excuse me. Marte fouls off another one. All right. Well, officially, we now have got an hour without anything. So we had one great hour and then 1-0 hour. Marte almost got it through there, but shortstop catches it. Soft liner. All right, 5 runs, 1 out. Let's score another 5 runs. Whoa. Oh, man. They just sent a $56 Instacart. Missed that. I hate Instacart. I like Instacart, but I hate it. That would have been a great hour. Fastest finger apps are stupid. Just assign it to one person and give them 10 seconds to respond. Just let us pick what we want to pick. But then they bring on acceptance rate. Ooh, Beatty got fooled on that. It's outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Brett Beatty. 11 for 7 with a bad drop off. We're going to pass on that. Two balls, 2 strikes. Brett Beatty has worked the count back to even after getting behind 0-2. Beatty rips that one. Center fielder's able to get under it, though. All right, well, we're going to take it. This is probably nothing crazy, but it's a new hour, so let's take it, right? $6 plus. This is probably a $7 order, guys. But got to take all the pluses. And after doing nothing for an hour, I'm excited to at least go a few bucks. Jimmy John's is not far away, and the drop-off is right here, so we don't lose positioning. I'm gonna try to have this order done in 10 minutes. And Jimmy John's is usually pretty fast. We should be past the main Jimmy John's rush. Yeah, it's just 3 cookies and a sub. So this is almost certainly a $2 base pay, $5 tip. All right. All right, so there is going to be a pitching change, even though he got Beatty out. That's it. Yuri Perez is done. So he is. So pitching change for the Marlins here. All right. Well, fingers crossed. Small order like this really only works if you don't have to wait for long. So, hopefully. Ugh. Squeeze into this tight little parking spot here. It's about time to check the front headlights, see if it's still on, or if I don't think it's on. I'm gonna try to fix that real quick too. All right, be right back with you guys. we got it. They were still making it, but that didn't take too long. Verify, can't verify, bag is sealed. Take a picture of the receipt. Done. Confirm pickup. I think we only have to go like 5 or 6 blocks. 0.4 miles. So that's the good news. We got into a tight parking space. Now we got to get ourselves out of a tight parking space. There's going to be an extra base hit for the Marlins here. First hit given up by Jonathan. It's a double. All right, well, since we're close to the drop-off, I'll turn the camera back around. We're going to just quick drop, and hopefully this will make DoorDash happy and want them to give us more orders again. So we had a $61 hour followed by a $0 hour. And if I had to guess, this is a $7 order to start our third hour. So, I mean, all in all, I'll put us at $68.50. So, just kind of disappointing to start that good and then have nothing. I wonder if there's a high school football game in town tonight, because they were not home last week. Okay, I know this place. These people tip well, but it is a small order, not going far too. All right, we'll be back. Hold on. We absolutely nailed that order. It was $7 for 1 mile. So we were spot on there. Here's a Fresh Market order, but it's really not. $5 for 2 mile Walgreens alcohol order. That's a no. But I like that we're seeing orders again all of a sudden. I don't know if I need to just... I don't know what I want to leave in the front. Maybe we'll leave Instacart in front because we saw something. I saw a $56 one. I didn't see how many items that was for. That disappeared right away. And then I saw a $14 for 3 item. That was only going a mile or two. And I saw that one, but I didn't get it. So maybe we'll head back over by... The 56, I'm sure got bot snatched. But the 14... I'm surprised that got taken as fast as it did. So there's a runner on third now with 1 out for the Marlins. 5-0 Mets, top of the second inning. It's 3 balls, 1 strike now to the Marlins hitter. Sun is pretty much below the horizon now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jonathan trying to figure it out. What pitch does he go with here on the 3-2? He just doesn't look like the type of guy who wants to do a walk. Oh, almost got him, but he fouled it off. That was a nice looking pitch. This Tong kid, he is impressive. Savage Batman, how's it going? We're going to basically stay roughly where we were, but instead, we're going to go to the other side of the road and hang out at the Publix parking lot. Just because we saw some good Publix orders. It's the only reason why. 5-0 Mets. Jonathan was able to get the last guy, so now there's 2 outs with a runner on third for the Marlins. It's fun, especially since he's got a little margin for error here with a 5-0 lead. Seeing a pitcher in his rookie debut have to figure out how to battle through a tough situation here. So Jerry Jones is not going to step down as owner. Savage Batman. Oh, Savage Batman. What you could hope is that he steps down as general manager and then just hires a new general manager. That seems like a reasonable request. Two balls, 2 strikes to the count here. 5-0 Mets. Jonathan's trying to get out of this inning without giving up his first career run. This is his major league debut here tonight. There we go. Jonathan gets out, and guess what? We're back to work with a large catering order. $12.25 plus for 5 miles. Well, I'm going to tell you, we're like 3 miles away. So most of this driving is, I guess, 2 miles away. So 2 miles to get there, and then 3 miles for the drop off. But we are back at it, baby. After a great hour, we had a $61.50 hour, followed by a $0 hour. And we did a 7 for 1. We got back on DoorDash's good side. So do you guys think there's something to it? If you take a less than optimal order, that DoorDash is more likely to send you a really good order? Someone was saying that, and I don't know if I believe that, but I don't know. My experience tonight is like, kind of almost true. So Lola 41 is a local downtown restaurant. And guess where we're going to be parking? That's right. By Magic Dumpster. Y'all can throw those magic dumpsters in the chat. I saw that. Yeah, Walker Buehler released. I wonder if there's any playoff contending team who will take a fly on him. Both GM and owner. Well, I'm just giving you the more realistic way that it could possibly happen. So Joe and Tom got out of the inning. It is 5-0 Mets going to the bottom of the second. The Mets scored 5 runs in the top of the first before they even recorded their first out. 2-run homer by Juan Soto, followed by a 3-run homer by Brandon Nimmo. So we are on our way to park over by Magic Dumpster. We've got a large catering order at $12 plus from Lola 41. Hold on, sweet talking Lola, you got me running. You got me running. I don't know all the words. If you could check, Batman, what's the Phillies Braves score? Mets fans are cheering for the Braves to beat the Phillies. Looks like a lot of sushi type of rolls. 4 tuna nigiris, 2 dynamite rolls, 1 spicy tuna roll, a yutaka, whatever that is, and a miso soup. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Make sure you guys hit that like, hit that subscribe. This is our 3rd large catering order of the night. We're pretty happy with that. This place is usually a little bit slow. However, we had to drive a little bit. Torrens is retired, 1 out here, bottom of the second inning. That's up 5-0. All right, here we go. We're going to the back alley. I don't know if we'll park right by Magic Dumpster or not. Oh, no, someone's in my spot. Somebody's in my spot. Actually, 2 people are in my spot tonight. All right, I think I know where I'm going, but I got to get turned around. All right, everybody say hello really quick. The yellow lid there, that's Magic Dumpster. Everybody say good evening to Magic Dumpster. We're just going to get turned around here. There's not a great place to park. There are 2 cars parked in where I normally park for Magic Dumpster. Oh, it's really pretty there. So we're going to just park right over here where we're not quite in the way. All right. There's always a chance you guys are going to time out, but I got a car for this one. I'll be back. right, we are back. I don't think we timed out yet, so. Pete Alonso hit a home run while we were in there. It is 7-0 Mets. And I lost my stream temporarily, so hang tight. So we're actually headed kind of towards the super fancy homes. Trying not to spill the soup. So it's getting dark, but all right. So this is like I forget what it was, like $12 for 5-mile large catering order. There's definitely a chance this could be bigger than that. So every single home along the stretch that we're going to is multi-million-dollar homes. Most of them are $10 million plus. So doesn't mean you will see a huge monster tip, but I have pulled some big tips. From what I could tell on my GPS, I'd never been to this house, but I'll let you know when I get closer if that seems correct. So it's 7-0 Mets. Mets have runners on first and second. They are not taking the foot off the pedal tonight, and I do not blame them. After last night and how embarrassed they were. Thank you for the score updates, by the way, Savage. Marte with a RBI base hit. It's 8-0 as Vientos comes around to score. So tell me a little bit more. You're trying to silent vertical live stream. I would love to know more about what you're thinking. I've thought about doing certain things, but I haven't had time to mess around with some stuff, but Brett Beatty coming up now. Runners on first and third with 2 out, and Brett Beatty could pretty much put a dagger in the Marlins here. We're going to have to turn the camera around here shortly on you guys. We get close to the house, but we don't normally drive down this road, but the road that we normally drive down is closed for construction. This is 3rd Street South. There are some fancy restaurants over here, but there's only like 1 or 2 of them that are on like any of these gig delivery apps. And one of them actually that I knew of closed. This Tommy Bahama, it's a Tommy Bahama restaurant. They also have a clothing store over here. But we're passing it. First of all, it's one of our favorite family places to go to, but they're on Grubhub, but I've only gotten 1 Grubhub from there ever. So there are other fancy restaurants, yeah, like I said, that are not on any of the food delivery apps that I know of. And Brett Beatty walks and the bases are loaded. Alright, so now we're going to try to get back to the road that we were trying to get down. Yeah. let me know, Savage. I'll be interested. I tried doing an overnight live stream with like nothing, kind of nothing on the screen, and just playing music in the background. It did add a couple of subs, but I wouldn't say it was significant watch hours. So that's the closest I've done to trying something like that. But you know, when you're looking for watch hours at the beginning, any watch hour is a good watch hour. You just want to pair it with watch hours that you get in a non-traditional way, with still building out your library and catalog, that you'll have videos that'll continue to get you watch hours, because you don't ever want to lose it. You know, if you build a good enough channel, you'll never lose monetization, because you have enough videos that you will always have enough watch hours to stay monetized. Because you never know when one of your videos is going to take off. I have one of my shorts that I remember when I recorded it, I really was excited about it, and it just got nothing. Like nothing at all. And then over the last 6 months, but especially I would say over the last month and a half, it has taken off. And again, you don't make a lot of money on it, but like that's the thing, is that I've made like a couple of bucks off of a short I thought was dead in the water. And eventually people found it and liked it, and it keeps adding subscribers to the channel. And Down the Line by Tyrone Taylor. Two-run double for Tyrone Taylor. 10-0. Put this game in the books. 10-run rule this sucker. All right, we're going to turn the camera around here just for the next little bit. So we're closing in. We're about a mile away from the customer's house. We're hoping for some big money. I would love a 22. I'm going to have to read all that when I park, Savage. I'm not ignoring you. That's just too much to catch right now. There's another pitching change for the Marlins. But I'm very curious to read all of that. But that's just kind of what I've discovered, and that's why I decided to just stick everything back on one channel for now. It's really hard. I think if you've never done it, it's really hard to monetize this channel if you have done it. And so I was like, you know what? I'd rather put everything into one channel right now. And then I can always go back to the sports channel and reboot it. So, but yeah, I'm always interested in hearing people try stuff like. All right, this is kind of the make or break order for the hour. This is 12 plus. Really like to see a 22. A $20 tip would be really nice. Good, no matter. I mean, the order is good, but just for my hourly rate and stuff. Not that one. Not that one. This one here. Yep. It's a nice house. I can't show it to you guys. It's a very pretty house. All right, I'll be right back with you guys. So horrible. I mean, it's only 13.5 or whatever, and we're in a good position to get more orders. We're at 20. Man. Are Red Sox still leading the division, Batman? All right, well, we're gonna go hang out by Magic Dumpster. I think at this point in the night, that's our best chance. We could also move back to Cheesecake Factory as well. All right. All right, we're technically, where we deliver that is technically out of our DoorDash zone. All right, inning is over. It is 12-0 Mets after 2 innings. I thought 5 runs in the first was good. 7 runs in the second, including 9 straight batters. The Mets, didn't just bat around. They had their entire lineup reach base in order. I mean, I would say all pressure for Jonah Tong has to be off at this point. Right? You just go out there and pitch. All right, we're officially back in DoorDash zone. We just can't take our normal path home because we got a road that's closed. Ooh, close. It's a little bit of a bad drop off, so we're gonna pass. It's 14 for 7. I probably should take that. I probably should, but I didn't. We're probably to the point of the night where just $2 a mile is good enough the rest of the way, but I'm hoping we can get one more biggin. All right, so I'm gonna go park by, well, I don't know if I can park at Magic Dumpster if those 2 cars are still there. I will get all caught up on what you're writing, Savage. lightning off in the distance. All right, it's the top of the third inning. Mets are up 12-0. Jonathan goes out, making his major league debut in what might be the easiest possible scenario for your major league debut, with a 12-run lead in the third inning. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. Instead of parking at Magic Dumpster, because we already got our Magic Dumpster order for the night, I'm going to go park by Turco Taco. It's going to give us maybe slightly more range to the north and still keep us in zone for any large catering orders downtown. Going to kind of split the difference between the two. And I'm going to just park there because it was really busy. And I don't really like parking back in that alleyway other than one other lot back there. So we're just going to go to Turco Taco, which is only a few blocks away. Change of plans. We're just going to pivot here. Pivot. So they're saying Jonathan had he's from Canada. He had only 2 college offers. North Dakota State and Maine. And the Mets ended up drafting him in the 7th round instead. That's crazy to me that you can only find interest from 2 colleges, but you're good enough to get drafted by a major league team. A little softly hit single out to the outfield. Second hit by the Marlins tonight. All right, so we're passing by the little alley to Magic Dumpster, and I can see both those cars are still there. So we don't really have a good spot to park there right now anyway. The one spot that I did park where I picked up that Lola order. All right, Batman, hold on. We're almost parked. I'll get reading and commenting on all your stuff here in just a second. Oh, what's Grubhub sending us? Ooh, not quite. $15 for 14 miles. There's a strikeout by Jonathan. First major league strikeout for Jonathan. Probably just about time to end our DoorDash, start a new one too, since we took 2 orders. So I think that's actually a good plan. We didn't do that earlier, and we sat an hour after taking 2 orders. So we're gonna just keep this up, just do shorter dashes. We're just gonna do it till 9 o'clock, because we're platinum. We can dash now anytime. So let's end it and restart it. Give a nice little refresh. Say, hey, DoorDash, we're still here. We're ready to go. So we're going to be just a few blocks away from downtown, but super easy to get back there if we get an order. Another little blue pit out to left field. There's going to be runners on first and second now for the Marlins. All right, we are coming up to Turco Taco here, so we're gonna go park over there. I'm gonna get caught up on all the things that Savage Batman wrote for us, and I'm gonna actually sit and watch the game for a couple quick minutes. And if we need to, there's a bathroom right here too at some point. All right, let's do this. Let me just check all the apps, refresh everything, make sure there's no eBay offers to send. eBay is good. Grubhub is good. Instacart is good. DoorDash is acting weird. Why is DoorDash acting weird? There we go. All right, hold on. I'm gonna do this. Hey, Matt Fallout fan, how's it going? This is 3 balls, 2 strikes. What's Grubhub sending us an offer here? What's Grubhub got for us? Oh, $9 for 5 miles. It's pretty close. We're gonna pass it though. Probably not gonna start passing on those soon. Probably got to start taking those soon. I'm really hoping we can get one more big one. Tong strikes him out looking. So there's runners on second and third. Now there's 2 outs. All right, Savage. Let me get caught up. I know you were writing a ton of stuff there while we were driving. You like the silent ones? Just use your phone, do a vertical stream. All right, Jonathan gets out of the jam. Mets are up 10-0 in the second. All right, sounds good. No, that's good to hear. Good to hear what research you're doing. All right, Colorado Rays up 3-1. Red Sox up 1-0. All right, Toronto's up by like 4 games. All right, do you guys have another series against Toronto before the end of the season? Probably. Cardinals up 4-3. Rooting for the Rays to beat the Blues. Yeah, that's like us, rooting for the Braves to beat the Phillies. It's weird cheering for the Braves. Oh yeah, yeah. The Red Sox. So they were kind of like a sneaky pick in the preseason, but then they looked dead in the water through like April or May. All right. The Mets have set a franchise record by scoring 12 runs in the first 2 innings. Wish me the best of luck. The roads be safe. Keep your head up. Absolutely. American Express. Appreciate it. I agree. Always follow the gut. Always follow your gut. As a follower of Jesus, I also include the Holy Spirit in that. Trust the Holy Spirit. So, the DoorDash pick up some Chipotle. It was a stack order. Location the person brought me to was an abandoned house. Number didn't work. Yeah, no, I'm all about serving customers. Like, I'm big on that, but I also have a very low patience tolerance for any sort of situation that feels uncomfortable to me when it comes to this stuff. I mean, there are situations you can be put in where you're just sitting for, like you said, 20 minutes. I am 100%. I don't do that anymore. If I can't get in like a gated community, they don't provide a gate code, they don't respond, I leave. I don't sit there anymore unless it's like a really good order. But I'm not sitting at a gate for 20 minutes for you to send me a gate code when I'm like half a foot off the street. Yeah, I mean, I didn't always have a strategy. I definitely done that, but no, I'm very pro. I will wait at restaurants for customers probably longer than I should, but I do not like waiting at the door. I don't like waiting at gates or anything like that. Yeah, so the way I do it is I call them and I already tell them, like, I have left. I've stayed on the phone support with DoorDash for like 40 minutes telling them, like, look, I'm just not going to do it. The food is cold. You know, the other thing, so here's the other way that you could do it, possibly, if you were really stuck, and I'm not advising this for other situations, but if you were stuck, I would just say the order got ruined in transit and do what you need to do for that. That's because that's the one thing that you can do, you know. And then the worst they're going to say is, would you be willing to go back to the restaurant? You say, no, I can't do that. I've moved on, or my shift is done. I got to move on to something else. So, yeah, no, I agree. And I'm the same way. Like, I probably drive more cautious and slower on the roads now. All right, we're going to take this. I don't love it, but I know where we're at in the night. The drop-off is not great. I don't know if you guys can see that. There's no plus. This is going to be what it is. So it's $23 for 12 miles or 13 miles. I would not take this in the heart of supper, but with where we are at this time of the night, we're going to take it. It is going to put us over $100 for the supper shift. And it's going to put us over $100 in less than 4 hours. So we are going to take that order. It's got to go to Cheesecake Factory. All right, so sorry, I'm not going to be able to keep up with chat here for a second. You got, don't worry if there's a pause, I'll go read it. We got to go to Cheesecake Factory. It's $23 for 13 miles. So the drop-off's not great, but if I got to go 12 miles, it's probably one of the better 12 miles I can go. And like I said, it's 8:30 at night, so we're kind of moving past supper into those late night type of orders. So I'm going to take this. This is going to put us over 100 for supper. It's going to put us over 200 for the day. So I'm going to hit my daily goal. And then we'll be able to work our way back downtown and see if there's other orders that there are. So, yeah, so that's what we're going to do. But, yeah, we've got lots of good videos on the channel about different strategies and different things. Also working on rebuilding my eBay store from scratch, trying to get that working in the background. Eventually, I want to move from food and gig delivery being the primary to eBay being the primary. So that's something you can just do overnight. You got to slowly build up your eBay store with sales. So make sure you guys check that out if you're interested in building something. So any cash tips I get from food delivery actually goes towards the eBay store. So I'm trying to build my eBay store all cash, no credit, no borrowing any money for that. It's an all cash store that we're trying to build here. All right, so we're headed to Cheesecake Factory. Wow, this has to be DoorDash has to be doing pay. This is literally 2 pieces of cheesecake, guys, for $23. That's nuts. I can't believe there's a $20 tip for 2 pieces of cheesecake. All right, so we know it's $23. You guys can play Guess the Breakdown. So I've seen, like last night, I had a $30 delivery for 15 miles, and 18 of it was DoorDash base pay. So what do you guys think? This is 23 for 13 miles. How much base pay do you think DoorDash is throwing in on this one to get this one delivered? Let me know down in the comments. I'm going to check your stuff here in just a second. And the good news is we're probably not going to have to wait for long. I do think I'm going to run in and do the restroom real quick. So, man, chat is like blowing up right now. Sorry, guys. I can't keep up with everybody in here. But I will get caught up with you guys here briefly. I don't think we're going to have to wait long. But the odds of this being like a $2 or $3 base pay with a $20 tip is very low. Very low. This is like for only 2 pieces of cheesecake, that the tip would be higher than their purchase price of the cheesecake. So I think like it's like $7 or $8 for a slice of cheesecake. So I am just guessing here, purely guessing, but I'm guessing that DoorDash is kicking in a little bit to help get this delivered quickly. The Mets were retired in the 3rd inning, by the way. I believe it's still 12-0. I can't confirm that at the moment, but Marlins are back up again. Make sure the desserts are included. Not just included, the desserts are the order. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run in, use the restroom really quick, because this is Cheesecake Factory here is friendly to delivery drivers, so I know a lot of the late night places aren't always friendly, so I'm going to take advantage here of clearing out my system really quick. How much of that was base pay though, American Express? Like, because if they're boosting it to get it delivered, then at least that's helping. All right, I'll be back. Hold on. All right, well, we got our 2 pieces of cheesecake. See what it looks like at 11. So, American Express, you have to check on the channel. I've got a couple of videos here. Sorry, the guy in front of me also kind of blocked me in a little bit. So it's obviously very rare, but I have a $500 and 24-hour, $600 and $700 and 24-hour video. So go check them out. The 700 I did on New Year's Eve into New Year's Day this past year. So that's my best day ever. I think I ended up at like 760, 780 for 24 hours. So I'm mentally preparing for New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. I'm going to try to go for 800 this year. So, but like everything has to be so perfect for it to all work together. So I totally get that though. But yeah, I mean, so my goal for food and gig delivery is $200 a day. And then it's usually from about 7:30 to 1:30. Now it'll depend on some different things. And then from 5 till supper ends. That's the goal. It's like, so normally. But on a Friday night, I'm going to stay out a little bit later. We're gonna push a little bit harder. I do have to keep an eye on my front left light. So there's like some wiring that's loose or something in there. And so I have to keep like jiggling it every once in a while, just to make sure it stays on, because I don't want to get pulled over for a headlight out. Yeah, thank you. So anyway, yeah, the goal, which is of course how we got the name here, A Side of Hustle. But yeah, the goal is to slowly phase out food and gig delivery, but I'm actually phasing it out by doing more of it, if that makes any sense. So I'm trying to get my eBay store to full time. No football game tonight. The football field is all lights out. Yeah, so basically run gig delivery full time, and then also try to get my eBay full time on the side. And then as the eBay grows, then start shrinking. You know, obviously I try to get rid of breakfast and lunch first, and then eventually get rid of supper, and then get rid of weekends. You know, that's kind of the progression that we're trying to move towards on that. I got pulled over on the same delivery twice for a headlight out. Like, I got pulled over, and then literally half a mile later I got pulled over twice. But the customer understood, and they actually did a cash tip on that. They felt bad for me. So yep, absolutely. So my wife is also working a full-time job this year through this school year. So she needs to be done at the end of this year so she can be done. And yeah, so we're putting in the work. So right now I'm platinum on DoorDash. We're on the new pilot program, which is points based. So I don't have to worry about my acceptance rate on DoorDash because my other stats are all perfect. So I think I'm running like a 10% acceptance rate on DoorDash. But we've got perfect completion rate, perfect customer rating, and perfect on-time rating. So that gives us enough points to be platinum. And then my side project right now is trying to make sure I'm a diamond shopper on Instacart by the end of September. So I'm halfway there. I have 150 orders complete. I need to complete another 150 by the end of September, which is 5 a day. So I have a couple of spare days. Like, I'm literally sitting at 150 even right now. Got there today with my 5. I did 5 more today. So any extra that I can do Saturday, Sunday, that's just less I have to do in the month of September. So, and then once we get those 2 done, then I'm going to work a little more serious on trying to get Uber Eats up to the gold level at least. I don't even turn on Uber Eats right now because it's so horrible, because they're acceptance rate based. right, we got to go 10 miles on this. This is 2 pieces of cheesecake going 13 miles for $25. So I'm super interested to see, is this a really huge tip, or is this a lot of base pay, or is it a combo of the both? More recently, it's been kind of a combo thing. So it's been like half base pay, half tip on some of these longer orders. DoorDash has been supplementing. And so I wonder if they're charging customers more that are further away. I'm a fan of that because nobody really wants to drive 12 miles. But if we're going to do it, we want to be compensated at least $2 a mile. You know, anytime orders end up getting not picked up or canceled or whatever, ultimately that reflects poorly on DoorDash. GPS wants us to hop state. I'm not going to do that if I don't have to, which I don't for this. There's enough back and side roads I can take. Well, so my philosophy for the last couple of years has been, if all these gig delivery apps simply paid $1 per mile or $5, the lesser of those two, if that was the base rate per driver, they would have zero problem for 90% of drivers delivering pretty much every order they're assigned. So if that was the base pay, the greater of $5 or $1 per mile. So in this case, for a 13-mile order, if they offered $13 base pay, customer tips $5, that's 18 for 13. It's not a great order, but that's going to get delivered pretty consistently in my market. 18 for 13 would. You know, or if it's just a quick little 1 mile drop off, and all you have to do is just charge the customer that up, and that's it. That's the fee. That's the driver fee. And you can round up. It doesn't have to be like to that 1/10 of a cent or anything like that. You can just round up or round down, get it close enough. I really think that that would solve the vast majority of the delivery problems, because, you know, all of a sudden that $2 no tip order going 1 mile becomes a $5 order. And it's like, okay. And you may not know, you know, but if you just know, I'm driving X number of miles, and DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, whoever is paying me X number of dollars, it's like, I'm getting compensated for the mileage that way. And then my profit, my real profit, comes from the tips of the customers. So you're still going to get better delivery drivers if you tip better. But that's kind of just been my philosophy for a while. And I wonder, because the reason I don't turn on Uber Eats is, the second I turn on Uber Eats, they're going to send me $2 for 24 miles. Some ridiculous thing like that. And my choices are accept it, which I never would, or decline it, and it hurts my acceptance rate. It's like, so I'm hopeful. DoorDash is the innovator in this industry. They're the ones that keep trying new things. Uber Eats is the pure follower lazy in this industry. And Instacart's kind of the plotter. They plod along. Grubhub doesn't do anything. They release a new heat map every once in a while. That's what Grubhub does. But DoorDash is at least willing to try stuff, even though we won't always like it as drivers. And they're the one company that I feel like actually listens to drivers every once in a while. After they introduced this on-time rating, and it was horrible, I flooded them with calls. Like, I'm like, I don't care. Like, what are they going to do? Are they really going to deactivate me because I think their system is stupid? I gave them lots of earfuls. I tried to be polite, but So you can, American Express, I read your little McDonald's story there. You can have, at least on DoorDash, I've had them, you can have them block. I had them block, I forget what restaurant. Obviously it hasn't really impacted me, but you can have them block a restaurant for you. So you can say like a specific location, like I don't want anything from there. Now if you're still on the old program and you're trying to be platinum and acceptance rate matters, then obviously that's kind of, you know, that could be kind of a big deal. For me, I don't care. I'm just declining everything at this point. But yeah, I don't know how easy the process is. It's been a long time. It's been a couple of years. And I can't remember what it was. It was like either McDonald's or a Popeyes or something like that. That I was like, you know what, forget it. I just don't want orders from here anymore. But now, for the most part, I just self-sort. I know in my head. So here's how I handle things. If there's a plus on the order, I take it and I wait no matter what. Because I've had some very surprising pluses over the years where orders that didn't seem like they were going to be huge still ended up being huge tips that were hidden. So if it's got a plus on DoorDash, I take it. If it doesn't have a plus, I don't care about any of the symbols, any of the colors they put on there to make me feel good about it. But it says catering large order, I assume there's never going to be a cash tip or a hidden tip. And I just look at it and I simply make a business decision. Based on the current order velocity in my market, is it worthwhile to take the jump on this particular offer? And that just becomes, I'm just making business decisions. So this order, this 25 for 13, I would not have taken this if it was 6:30 at night, because I think there's a better chance of getting something better. Now tonight, there wasn't. 6:30 to 7:30, I ended up making nothing. And I could look back and there were probably a couple of orders I could have taken. Was I greedy or was I smart? I don't know. You never know. But at that time, I felt like I had a better chance of getting a good order. But now that we're 8:30, now all of a sudden, I can guarantee myself $25 in an hour. It's easy drive. We're going to just knock it out, get it dropped off, and then I'm done. And I hit my goal for the day. I hit my goal for the supper shift. And now I can go back to being picky again and taking exactly and only what I want to take until I'm too tired to take orders, until the orders dry up. And so that's kind of how I process it. And I think I've gotten, the only stuff I get emotional about with any of this is my frustrations with the functionality of the apps. But changed my directions on me. All right. Hopefully. All right. We got like 4.5 miles to go. Sorry, American Express, I can't read all of that right now. But hopefully we're vibing. I will try to do a quick little brief read over in a little bit, like I did for Savage Batman the last time we stopped. But I find that's the best way, is just make business decisions. And sometimes the business decision is like this, and I did the same thing last night. I took a $30 for 15-mile order last night in a similar circumstance because it got me to my daily goal. I'm like, you know what? I just want to be done. I want the pressure off. And then I can still take orders if I want. But now there's no more, oh, will I or will I not get to $200 today? No, I'm going to get there. It's done. Put it in the books. And now I'm in control. You know, I am in control the whole day. I can't control what offers are sent, but I'm in control of every decision anyway. But now I'm fully, no pressure to take anything, just me and the apps. And I can be like, I can do things like, you know what, I can take some smaller, lesser Instacart orders, even if they're not great orders, just to knock out more Instacart deliveries. All right, Jonathan gives up his first run in his major league career. Yeah, That's what I'll do, American Express. I'm gonna actually, after I drop this, I don't even know where we're going here. Oh, actually, no, I do know. I know exactly what this name it is. So as soon as I drop this one off, I'm gonna get headed back towards downtown to where some, hopefully some better orders are gonna be. But that car behind me has very bright lights. That doesn't really help. Doesn't really help. I think they want to go fast. They like pulled up right on me. Sounds good, American Express. You'll keep me busy. There's gonna come a point in time where we're gonna sit and wait at some point. I don't know when that's gonna be, but there will be a time. So, no, I'm not at a gas station, Waze. Well, there's a motorcyclist to my right. He's gonna go hard. We'll see. There's the 5th strikeout for Jonah Tong. Despite giving up the run, he settled in. We'll see if this motorcycle guy just like burns it right on green. Let's see. Is he gonna go? There he goes. Oh, there goes the car that's behind him too. Actually, the motorcyclist isn't going quite as fast as I expected. I thought he was going to just run and gun. All right, so we've got about 3.5 miles to go to drop off these 2 pieces of cheesecake. So the question is, it's a $25 order. We're going to round it, make it nice and even. I don't think it's 25 exact, but we'll call it a $25 order. To the nearest dollar, how many dollars do you think DoorDash is contributing to this? So you can post your guesses in the comments below. I'm going to say that they've got, I think they've got 15 in this. That's where I'm going to lock in. It's a 13-mile trip. I'm going to say that DoorDash threw 15 and the customer threw 10. So, we'll see. You think 15 as well? Well, we shall see. We're not too far. I'm going to turn the camera around here in just a minute or two when we get close to their neighborhood. Obviously, it's pretty dark out. No palm trees that you guys can see right now. Alright, we're going to turn the camera around because we are like a couple miles out from the delivery. Man, yeah, so the way I do it on a Friday is I just let the orders tell me when to stop. When the orders stop, I stop. And we've got a few tricks that we can do. But usually once you get to the point, now, once football season starts, like, I'm going to be interested. I'm going to be ready to stay out late tomorrow because there's college football. We are going to do a couple of college football ride-along streams tomorrow, so. More football specific than we are. But yeah, the way I do it is I just let the orders tell me. And Well, the Mets defense is messing up this inning. Back-to-back errors on back-to-back plays by the Mets. It's 12-2. That's 100% going to be an unearned run. Let's see if they provide a gate code. Good evening, exclamation point. I am almost there, period. Is there a gate code, question mark? All right, so we're almost to the drop-off. All right, they said there's no gate code. Thank you, exclamation point. I was pretty sure there was a gate code for this community, but apparently there is not, or not anymore. I used to have a storage locker right next to this apartment complex. There's 2 outs in the inning for the Mets. Oh man, they still haven't fixed this sign. And they just sent a message, please don't ring the doorbell, which I never do. It's a good question. I saw this and it kind of surprised me. I was looking at a Facebook post today, and I don't remember exactly how it came up, but someone said, if it doesn't say, I always knock or ring the doorbell. I'm like, really? I never. The only time I ever knock or ring the bell is if they specifically ask me to. There's 2 more runs by the Marlins. They're both going to be unearned runs. It's 12-4 Mets. I wonder, though, if at a certain point, if they're going to take Tong out here. They don't want it to go bad, even though it's not his fault. You don't want to destroy his confidence with such a great start. You ring the doorbell no matter what time. Wow. So that's crazy. So I never do. In part because I'm always like, am I really at the right place? Let me make sure I'm really at this right place. I am at the right place. Where can I park? This is an apartment, so. Let's see. Okay, so I need to go to the other. Hold on, we're gonna get to the other side. Hold on, is that right? Wait, hold on. Is this, I might be at the right side. Oh, I am at the right side. I don't know where to park. I don't see guest parking anywhere. I don't understand. I don't understand how you have spots in places like this where there's, like, where do UPS drivers go when they're delivering at these places? I'm just gonna go right here and go quick. Try and All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna stop the car and lock the door though. I gotta run once this car comes. All right, we got that dropped off. Kudos to them. So here's the breakdown. I had to screenshot it because I knew it was going to go away quick. Anyway, it was $8.25 base pay with a $15 tip. So, sorry, I had the numbers wrong. It was 23, not 25. So we we're kind of guessing wrong based off of a wrong number. But anyway, so they were like 15 miles away, 13 miles away, and they tipped $1 a mile for 2 slices of cheesecake. So kudos to them. That was a really, really generous customer. They asked me not to ring the doorbell, so I didn't. I'm sure they saw me though. All right, and we're running our dashes like 1 hour at a time. So that dash ended. So we're gonna just start our next one as we work our way out of here. Jonathan got out of that inning with a strikeout, a 6th strikeout of the night on his like 95th pitch. It's probably it, but that is still a great start. I think he only gave up 1 earned run. So despite the ugliness of that final inning with the errors by the Mets, his pitching line's gonna still look good. And everybody who watched it knows that those runs really weren't his. All right, we're gonna, so we, anyway, where are we at? Yes, Jonathan is officially done. Yep, 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, but only 1 earned run. So, in line for the win since he got through 5 innings. So unless the Mets somehow find a way to blow this, which is not impossible knowing the Mets, it's still only the 5th inning, so let's see the Mets score a couple more runs. All right. $200 day complete, $100 supper complete. That one was not officially a large catering order, but we have delivered 3 large catering orders for supper. So that's pretty good. I feel pretty good about that. That was done in 3.5 hours. So, I don't know, just under 30 an hour, and that includes an entire hour where we did nothing. And I had an order I could have taken in there that was like 18. Might have, who knows how everything else would have worked out after that, but nonetheless, it's a good Friday. So now we're looking for what we want to take. the rest of the way. I'm going to kind of shift my focus a little bit more to Instacart. We're looking for stuff like CVS, Walgreens. We actually have a couple of Publix grocery stores that are still open till 10 around here. So, but if we can't get anything, and then I'm going to get caught up on all the chat. There's lots of great chat, and I am so far behind. Is that Stardashians? Good evening, Stardashians. We are rocking it here tonight. We got over $100 in less than 4 hours. I can do that. I'm happy. Back $20+ hours after having an hour with nothing. So 60, 0, 20, 20. Lots of different ways to get to $100 in 4 hours. This was just a unique one tonight. So we're just working our way back towards downtown. I'm not quitting on the night by any means. In fact, if it stays slow, we might even turn on Uber Eats and take one. As long as it's no worse, it's got to be $4 or 7 miles or less. I can take up to one of those a day. Slowly working up my acceptance rate on Uber Eats. Yeah, the time was really rough. I was happy I made it to 100 for breakfast, lunch, and early afternoon. Like it was looking like I didn't even have a shot at that. We've sold a couple things on eBay here in the last few minutes too. We sold a baseball card for $1, and we sold a vintage, it's not Walkman brand, but like a Walkman, portable cassette player sealed in the package. We sold that tonight too. So I got my 3 day on eBay, but still not selling any clothing yet. So I'm not sure what's up. But we are still happily taking sales of anything right now. Also means I have to do not need a ship until Tuesday. Monday's a holiday. Monday's a holiday, so let's sell the stuff, sell all the things. Grow bigger by growing smaller. That is, I think that's my theme. That's my theme right now in life. Grow bigger by growing smaller. Do less, but do it better. And just eliminate anything else that's getting in the way. All right. Like I said, that drop-off was the greatest location. So I'm gonna just re-center all the way downtown. And I'm honestly not expecting anything. The best thing we're gonna pass by some Sonic is maybe decent. We'll pass by them. The Little Caesars over here occasionally gets a big order. There's a Papa John's that we're gonna kind of pass close to. But really, there's not much exciting over this way. And I'm not going to turn on Uber Eats till we're like all the way downtown. Because there's only like 1 or 2 spots in town where no matter where I go, 11 miles is not horrible. And downtown's about it. So it's just a commitment we've made for the channel. Oh, what's GrowHub sending us? $8 for 10 miles. I missed a $58 Instacart tonight. That kind of hurt. And then right after, I missed a $14 for 3-item Instacart, which also, in some ways, that maybe hurt more because I don't even know how many items were in the 58 one. I'm so done with Instacart's way of assigning orders. The bubble is way too small, and they just need to give exclusivity to orders for like 10 seconds. But just give each individual person, give the best person available, or whoever they deem as the best person available. I don't even care if it's not me. Just give them 10 seconds to look over the order and figure out what they want to do. Oh, you know what? So we're going to take this one. This is $9 for 6 miles. Well, hold on. Yeah, that's better than... Let me make sure I make a good safe turn here first. So this is $9 for 6 miles, but it's taking us downtown. This is a Grubhub. We're getting ourselves a Grubhub here. At 9:15 at night, Grubhub comes through. Now I'm going to still leave DoorDash on because I might get something better from DoorDash. So this is obviously not a great order, but it was miles that I was going to drive anyway. And I really like this pizza place. It's like one of our family's favorites, and I'm far enough out that it's almost certainly going to be ready by the time I get there. And it's Grubhub, so there's really no time pressure. So, since I was expecting to drive all those miles back, now that 23 for 13, by the time we get back downtown, it's going to bring us to 32 for 26. That sounds better than 23 for 26. So you can't always catch something to bring you back. But when I can, I will often take something that's less than ideal. And of course, if DoorDash sends us something even better, then we'll take it. All right, so we're going to a local pizza joint called Moravella's. DoorDash is sending us a Walgreens. $7 for 5 miles. It's only one item. What do they want? Aquafina. Yeah, I'm not delivering your water. Nah, bruh. No water for you. $5 for 4 mile McDonald's. I have no idea how that's a platinum order. DoorDash, you're sadistic. So we are headed to Moravella's Pizza. right, we're hoping whatever, I haven't even seen the order yet, but we're hoping, I'm assuming it's pizza. They do make other stuff here, but they're mostly known for their pizza. Hoping it will be ready, because it is from Grubhub, so it's a little bit away. Like I said, we're taking this order because it's taking us downtown. It's taking us where we want to go in the first place. Yep, it's an 18-inch extra large cheese pizza. All right, let's get out of the inning. I believe it's still 12-4 Mets is the score. I'm not 100% certain though. I'm just listening, and they didn't say the score at the end of the inning there. And my feed might be a little bit behind too, so we'll see. I kind of didn't even realize this pizza place was open this late. Alright, I'm going to be right back with you guys. We'll turn it around so you can see a little bit of the pizza place. All right, we got it before we timed out. Mets scored a run. I just ended my dash. So then we'll start a fresh one when we get down there. All right, let me get everything. Let me get everything else reset on my phone here. Lost my stream, so I want to get that working before. Oh, they cut off my video stream. Alright, so I got to go to audio only. Well, at least I got to see most of the game. That's usually what it is, because I'm going to black out. But Jonathan is done. We're only in the 6th inning of this game here, too. A lot of games are over in 2.5 hours. Here, we're not even 2/3 of the way done. All right, let's go here, navigate. Yeah, I figured they'd want us to go right here. I don't know this particular way to get to downtown, but I know there's a way to get here, so. Going through some back roads. A little dark back here. Ooh, there goes an emergency vehicle. I got a car blocking the road here. Little sketch. Not gonna lie, it's a little sketch back here. Trying to get turned around. I don't know what they're doing. Just trying to back in. Alright, now I know where I am. A little less sketch. That's just such a dark street. Alright, we gotta go 2.5 miles dropping off this pizza order. All right, Mets are retired there in the bottom of the 6th inning. So I believe it is now 13-4 Mets lead. So going to the top of the 7th inning. I think we're probably gonna, so here's the goal. We're gonna go get this pizza dropped off. We'll see if it's kind of cleared out down by Magic Dumpster. Maybe we'll park there. I know I've got a little bit of chat. I don't know if American Express is still watching or not, but I got to read through some of that stuff. Express was chatting. And we'll see if there's any more orders in this downtown zone. We've already knocked out $100 for supper time, $200 for the day. So all of our goals have been met. So now it's like working ahead, looking for little Instacart orders that we can get done or whatever else we need to do. Let's see. I think we're just going to a house. We're a mile and a half away from dropping off this pizza. We took this order because we were headed back downtown anyway, so I figured might as well get paid for the miles. We currently have DoorDash off just because I'm not going to take another order on DoorDash because of how timing works on all that stuff. But as soon as we drop this off, we'll throw DoorDash back on. So appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. This is going to basically complete our 4th hour of delivery here. I started the stream right after I accepted my first order, which was like 5:35, something like that. So our delivery arrival time was 9:36, so it's going to complete 4 hours. And I don't have the exact number. It's going to put us at roughly 110 to 115 in 4 hours. So it started off amazing, then it slowed down. Is this no turn on red? I don't know. I'm not. I got pedestrians, so I'm not going to mess with any of that. I like never. I don't see any no turn on red sign. I like never get this red light, so. I'm just trying to think like all the times. I don't know if I've ever gotten that red light. This drop-off is going to bring us downtown right by like Turco Taco, which they might still be open. I think they close at 9:30. We're going to lose, we have lost or going to lose a bunch of restaurants here in the next half an hour. But there are some of our high-end restaurants downtown. Sometimes you can spike a decent late-night order. Cheesecake Factory, I think, is till 11. And then if we go to central part of town, then we've got Miller's Ale House, which is like sports bar. Sometimes you can get really nice orders out of there late at night. So we'll see. I don't have a particular goal. My goal is just to, if there's orders and decent orders, I'm going to take them. And if there's no orders, I'm going to go home. Planning on being out all day tomorrow. We're going to stream at least a couple of times throughout the day tomorrow. So. Well, it said the original ETA given to the customer for this order was 9:36. And it is 9:36 as we speak. Might be a minute after that. I think this is it. number. Hold on. We got that. We're headed by Magic Dumpster. I don't know if there's a parking spot there or not, but there's only one way to find out. And get DoorDash on. Yeah, dash till 10:30, just 1 hour. So we've been doing shorter DoorDashes for the most part and having some success. I don't know if it's just coincidence, but like earlier tonight we tried like a 2-hour DoorDash, and after the first hour we didn't get anything else good. We ended it and then we got two decent ones within that next hour. Hey, there's a large order, guys. $7 plus for 3 miles, but it's large catering, so who knows? Who knows what this could possibly be? This is from one of our downtown restaurants. We just know it's a $100 plus order. I was not expecting at all. There's mussels, there's hummus, parma, roasted chicken, tiramisu, I'm Michelle, whatever that is. So this is a $100+ order. We are hunting catering orders. Apparently, $9.39 at night, $7 plus. This could be anywhere. I have no idea. This could be $12. This could be $22. Who knows what this is going to be? This is a surprise, though. I'm going to tell you that much. I was 100% not expecting, and as soon as I turned it on, we got a large catering order on DoorDash. We're like a half mile away from downtown here. It's late enough, maybe I'll even be able to get a parking spot on the street? Question mark. There. How do I want to do that? I think I just... Yeah, I think I just want to go down the main road. Alright, so we're doing a large catering order. It's like $7 plus for 3 miles. One of those miles is going to be getting to the restaurant, so it's going to be a quick delivery, which is great, which means we're going to be right nearby our downtown zone. But don't let the low number fool you. Just because it's $7 plus. Lots of pedestrians downtown, so gotta be super careful here. All right, so we are on, I can show you guys this, so it's kind of fun. It's downtown 5th Avenue. Lots of super high-end restaurants. Lots of $50 to $100 a plate meals if you want to spend up that much here. We're going to also go really slow because so hope you guys are enjoying the scenery here. We are on our way to get a large catering order, our 4th one of the night. Grubhub's trying to send us something here too. $10 for 13 miles. We're going to decline that. People in the crosswalk. Anywhere around here I could probably start looking for a parking spot, but it looks like it's still pretty busy. It's kind of crazy. There are just people everywhere. So we do have a spot where the valet sometimes lets us park. We'll see how busy they are tonight, though. The restaurant we need is right to our left. Ooh, guess what? There's a spot here. I don't even need to use my valet connection tonight. Wow, that's the perfect spot. That is, I mean, if there is any spot I could have requested for this delivery, this 100% was it. We're right on the end, so it's going to be easy in, easy out. It's actually a legal parking spot, which I don't get those that often. And I don't have to bug my valet people tonight. They're really nice, but... All right. Hold on, we're going to mark as arrived. All right, I'll be back with you guys shortly. There, try to focus on that for you a little bit. I don't know why I even care to lock my door on like the ritziest street in town. What? Ugh. It was ready for us though. 100% on point. Alright, verify, can't verify, bag is sealed, submit, take receipt photo, probably blurry, don't care, confirm pickup. Alright, I like this neighborhood that we're dropping off to. We have pulled some really big tips out of this neighborhood. So we shall see. Wow. They're like waiting for my spot already. Sorry, I got things I gotta do. Somebody wants my spot. It's already taken. We're gonna get off the main road here real quick. Let's go back to side streets. Alright, so this is our 4th large catering order of the night. Fingers crossed that it's the best one. Alright, just navigating off these back roads to get back on the main road. We got 1.5 miles to go. This is a really nice area that we're delivering to. So $7 plus. I think it's going to be, I don't know, I'm feeling the $12. I'm feeling the $12 on this one. But, cross our fingers that maybe we'll get something even better than that. So we're just about 4 hours into the stream. We're at 110 plus whatever this ends up being, which we're gonna know in about 5 minutes. So the reason we took that way is going down 5th Avenue, which is lots of fun, is also very slow. But there, we'll focus it for you just a little bit. There's the end. The very end of the building is Sushi Thai downtown. It's one of my favorite restaurants to pick up from. Couple down from that, if you can see the yellow and the white, I can zoom in. I don't know if you guys can see. You can see the yellow and the white. That's La Trattoria. Ronnie Mauricio's in the game now for the Mets, playing shortstop. This game is well in hand. That's Tin City right now that you're looking at. Really some fun shops right on the river. And a couple restaurants in there too. That's going over the river, downtown Naples. Alright, we're going to go ahead and turn the camera around for now. All right, we got a zigzag, couple more roads here. All right, I think at this point in time, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here. It's been pretty quiet. I did want to get to those comments. Let me do that. After we drop this off, let me try to get to the comments really quick that I was missing earlier. Because I did want to see everything that American Express had to say. So let me get to that. We've just been so busy. Let's see, what's our number? All right, we're gonna go drop this order off really quick, and then we'll head back to downtown. It's a large catering order, $100 plus order. I don't know what the tip is gonna be. It was $7 plus for 3 miles, so hold on. The order was a dud. $7 plus turned out to be $7.44. $5 tip on a $100 plus order. So that's all right. We've had good orders tonight, but not that one. Nonetheless, we added to our total. Puts us at $117 in just over 4 hours of streaming. We're not going to complain about that too much. I don't know if there's any more orders out there. What we're going to do is we're going to go park, if I can get there without getting an order. We're going to go park by Magic Dumpster, which is where we go sometimes to get good orders. We already got a good order from there tonight, but we'll still go park there. I'm going to go get caught up on chat from everything American Express was saying before, because I know there's a bunch of stuff. It's 13-5 Mets now, so let's get another run home here. I think we're in the 8th inning. Just got to work our way out of this little area, these neighborhoods that we're in right now. I'm going to turn the camera around so you guys have at least something to look at other than me in the shadows. So we're going to head back to downtown, head down towards Magic Dumpster. If we don't get any orders, caught up on chat, and then I'll head towards home. We've got one other, there's a couple stops along the way we could do. Cheesecake Factory. And then also Miller's Ale House, which is like a sports bar. They're open pretty late with chance of decent size orders. So coming to you from Southwest Florida here on a very successful Friday evening. Go Dogs go. The light is green now. Going to the bottom of the 8th inning. Mets are up 13-5. This will be Mets' last at bats for the night. Last chance to pad those stats on what has been a great offensive outburst night. Not only did every Met reach base consecutively. They had 9 batters in a row reach base. I believe that was in the 2nd inning. Little Caesars, $4 for 8 miles. We're going to decline that. Not even worth thinking about taking that off. So we're going to get ourselves U-turned around. I'm going to go read the chat, get caught up on that because we've been busy for like the last hour and a half. Basically from 8:30 on. It's been non-stop. But I would not be surprised at all if we have a lull for a little bit. see if our normal parking spot by Magic Dumpster is open. It was closed earlier, not closed, but filled up with other vehicles. I'll go get caught up on chat, answer any questions that people have. Mark Vientos hits a home run for the Mets. The Mets re-expand their lead back to 9 runs. It's 14-5, New York Mets. And Mark Vientos continues to stay hot. Marlins have a position player pitching for them now. So that changes the dynamic a little bit. Well, one of the 2 vehicles that was here is still here, but there's enough space for us to temporarily park. And if this guy shows up, all right, so let me do this. I'm going to go ahead, end the dash, and start a new dash. We'll just do it for an hour till 11. We'll see if there's anything. All right. There was so much chat here way back. So American Walmart's fear not here anymore. Sorry about that, but I'm sure it was lots of good discussion. So didn't know stores can block you too. Sometimes you get a lot of orders, all of a sudden you stop getting orders. CVS. No, we're not doing that. $9 for 6-mile shopping order. Nope. Right now you're managing, you're working for yourself, adding the miles versus the pay. Usually I add up how much the gas price of the dollar is, see if the gas is $3.25. I'm not making more than that, then I'm not taking it. So that's an interesting thing. So you just make the assumption that you're going to spend a gallon of gas on the order. So the order has to be more than a gallon of gas. Anyone that drives a car, you're going to encounter that. Yeah. It's always... So I'm just going through American Express's comments from earlier just to catch everybody else up. But if you guys have anything else to say, let me know. This is literally the first break that we've had in the last hour and a half. So, yeah, motorcycle guy. Yeah, I thought he was going to zoom away, but he did not. Yeah, that order ended up being a way higher tipping order. It's 2 pieces of cheesecake from Cheesecake Factory going 13 miles, but the customer tipped 15 and DoorDash threw an 8, so that ended up being a $23 order. Yeah. Oh, especially in Florida at night. You don't want to be walking up to the wrong houses in Florida at night. That can be a little dangerous situation. Yeah, if I'm not in a safe, like a spot where I'm 100% sure, always throw the flashers on to show you're a delivery driver. Luis Torrens just hit a home run off the foul pole. Now every Met starter got a hit in the game. All right, well, that's basically what we got. I think we're caught up, so I wanted to make sure that we had time to do that. All right, we are going to do one thing here since it's quiet finally. I'm going to turn on Uber Eats. I'm taking one Uber Eats order a day if they give it to me. We'll give them, let's see, it's 10:09. I'm going to give them 6 minutes. We're in the middle of a zone. We're in the middle of a yellow zone here. So I'm going to give them 6 minutes to send me an order. I will take any order on Uber Eats, only one, but any order that is $4 or more for 11 miles or less. Yes, I know that's horrible, but we're doing a challenge on this channel very slowly of trying to get my acceptance rate on Uber Eats and try to unlock gold here. By the end of September, I want to try to unlock gold. So, but they have to actually give me orders for that to even work. I'm running out of drink and I'm starting to get hungry. The Mets are just absolutely destroying this pitcher. It is 19-5. The Mets already have 6 runs in the 8th inning. Well, Pete Alonso grounds into a double play to end the inning. Mets hitter bat around again. All right, so I'm going to stay with you guys till either I get an Uber Eats order or until I sign off of Uber Eats in 4 minutes if I don't get one. It's just Uber Eats Green has to be the worst possible gig delivery option out there right now. It is barely usable. And if you get an order, it's probably going to be bad on Green. And they're just going to make you take them. If you want to see the good orders, they're going to make you take junk order after junk order. I think the Uber Eats strategy now is dangle the carrot of Uber Eats, whatever the top level is, diamond, I don't know what it is, green, gold, diamond, something like that. Dangle that carrot, get enough, as long as you always have some people willing to take the bad orders to get up to that higher level, they're going to do that. So we're only doing this as a challenge on this channel. I do not recommend taking junk Uber Eats orders, but I do want to experiment with it. But the problem is, even at a time like this when I'm actually ready to take these orders, we've done this about 3 different times on the stream and we haven't even gotten an order those 3 times. Which tells me they have enough drivers. If there's not even bad offers to trickle down, that means the drivers that are tiered higher than me are just taking everything, even the $2 for 8-mile offers. Which is crazy to me, but And we're still running DoorDash, and we're still running Instacart. All right, Luis Torrens is going to be pitching for the Mets now. It's 19-5 Mets. Mets are up by 14 in the top of the ninth. So this is the top of the ninth. Marlins' last chance, and they scored 15 runs. Luis Torrens walks the first batter. All right, we're going to hang here for one more minute, and then we're going to end the stream if we don't get an Uber Eats order. And I'm also going to turn off Uber Eats. There's a pop out, 1 out for the Mets. Maybe, I guess I could stay with you guys till the end of the Mets game too. It doesn't really matter. Mets game 10:15. No Uber Eats orders. They're all going to kind of come at the same time. Otto Lopez hits a 2-run homer for the Marlins. (19-7) is the score. All right, it is 10:15. We're going to shut off Uber Eats. I tried to take an order on Uber Eats, did not get anything. Oh, but there's an update to the app. That's great. I'm not really trying that hard right now to get to gold on Uber Eats. I'm much more worried about trying to get the Instacart up to Diamond by the end of September. That's goal number 1. So, all right, well, that being said, I think we're going to end it here. Appreciate everybody. Make sure you guys hit that like, hit that subscribe. Hopefully we had some fun, learned some things tonight. And I will catch you all the next time. Have a great night.